Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing this morning? Ugh. Ooh, that was interesting. Morning, guys. Doing all right. Thanks, Mackenzie. So my breakfast was pie. Huh. Thoughts on Baba? It's recovering, right? A little bit. Did a tiny dip overnight, but the spy's coming back up into this morning. Remember, I still think there's pretty significant resistance in this range. Should probably change that, huh? I do. Found it. They're creating liquidity and XRT. Are they immediately able to short? Yeah. What's your GME expectations for July 8th? I don't know yet. We could get a repeat of January 6th after hours. It may be different. We have to see. We only have January 6th to compare it to. So bonjour, quite uncertain, unjerton in the curtain. How did Dix look after yesterday? You know what? The fucking data service is down, right? Tell me not to fall for the bull trap again. Okay. Don't fall for the bull trap again. Next a little better. I'm still for the whale wars. What are you thinking with Cat back to 190 within the month? I hope so. The entire financial sector wants you to hate me. I think it's because the European markets are closed today, right? Can you create a special sticker indicator for the gifted poors? No, I can't. The sticker's the same regardless. There's an after hours spike. Did the price have fallen to pre-spike levels before market open? Probably not. I mean, on Jan 7th, we still opened far higher than we closed, right? By the end of the day, we were lower. If you were planning to buy October's for July, would you buy it in this week in case of 7 to 8 hour after hour runs? 7, 8 after hour runs. Um, Probably. Yeah, if I was buying as far out as October. Oh, what a bunch of dicks. I'm just here to stare at BBBY options flow all day. I think I found a new kink. I think you have. OG rules. What's the, you know what? Where's Dan for hire? Dan for hire probably has the data I need. Or, well, he knows the data source. I forget which options thing he uses, but I think it's live. I want to know if I'll end up gifting myself Cornish on. Only one way to find out. Ding ding. Fiscal stupidity. I don't think you can. What's up, Dominic? How you doing, man? My live options data is via ATP. Yeah, theirs is decent. I think theirs is just Opera. Gonna be mostly AFK. Family sick. For sure secure. I hope everyone gets better, man. I'm going for the full bull trap. We'll see what happens. No problem, man. If July 8th occurs similar to Jan 6th, does it affect July OPEX gains the same way they were able to get around January? I mean, I don't think they got around January. I think they only got around February, but there was still like an OPEX for January. We went up but we only went up like $20. All right, guys, you know what to do. Install those suicide prevention windows and hit me up on the Discord. I got in 185. See August Cat yesterday at 171 test. Thanks, man. Up 15% already. At the 170. Oh, nice. Congratulations. It was indeed Prometheus. Are you playing the minutes at all this afternoon? Maybe. You gonna buy back puts before OPEX? Probably. Let's say you want to add another brokerage that has generous margin. Who do you like? Trina, I can't express how terrible of an idea that is. I was told on BBBY Reddit page today that my belief that SS is getting DRS kickback is dangerous. I would like to apologize to my family and any of you I have endangered with my Reddit post. Thanks, Subway Cup. Make the candles taller, please. Almost as bad an idea as dating Darth Dan. That's probably just a good time. Bad idea to hold GME puts through the FOMC meeting, are you? Yeah, probably. Why Baba fall off a cliff? Who the fuck knows? Is there any news on it today? They created a new subsidiary today. Ling Yang Intelligent Service Company to help companies in their digital transformation. Alibaba Cloud recently reported that it turned a full year profit for the first time in 13 years, posting a 1.1 billion yuan, $164 million profit for 12 months to March 31st. This doesn't seem like bad news at all. Alibaba emphasized focusing overseas to beat the overhang from uncertain domestic regulatory environment. Okay. The word is recession. I mean, China's probably already hit their stride or near their bottom. How many members do you have now? I have no idea. YouTube gives me a count from like 3 months ago. Like, they don't give me like a live count of memberships. I guess I could try to get everyone to register on the Discord and create like separate groups for each membership level, but I don't think everybody would. And then manually count them, which seems terrible. What would you do if you had to choose between 1K BBBY shares now or 25 Jan 5Cs? It's a good question. I don't know. Ask that. Thank you. Price action's really natural so far. Oh, yeah. Where is that? Yeah. Blew off the T+2 covering, whatever was left over. That was like JFresh's theory for yesterday. was that they were going to buy puts to try to undermine T+2 covering today to prevent a breakout. No. I mean, Discord gives me a count of maybe. I don't think there's like a total anywhere. There's like the lists on the side. I can see like who's logged in at any given time. 1.1k viewers, bullish. Isn't volume excessively low? Oh yeah. T-Dot cruising. It's having a good morning. I had a pretty good day yesterday too. It's kind of just been climbing straight up. I still have my leaps on this. It's looking good. Could move up a little bit. Brokerage won't let me log in. Try logging in from my Frigidaire, my laptop, and my phone. Is this how margin calls work? I don't think so. I don't know why you can't log into your brokerage. Some of my data services were down today, but I think that's because the European markets are closed. Have you read Lenixis DD? What are the flaws you see? Go read Dr. Gingerball's comment. I fully agree with his sentiment. I'm up 130% on my SPX calls and my paper account. Why am I scared to take these trades in real life? How do I avoid being scared? How do I find the courage to take trades? Usually people have the opposite issue, DC Verax. Usually all they want to do is throw real money at the market. I mean, don't until you feel comfortable. Hold off. That fear is not necessarily a bad thing, right? T+2 is Gex from Friday, correct? Yeah. So many Linux's fanboys lately. They just want to know why we haven't run up big. European markets are open today from what I see. I thought they were closed today. Don't they have a holiday? Okay, I don't know why my data service is down. It says market closed, and it's just not showing me any data. Piece of shit. No Max Payne update, nothing. Oh, hey, it fucking updated. Look at that shit. Well, son of a bitch. So, for some reason, it's counting all the holidays. But yeah, dark pool utilization went back up again. A little tiny bit, dork. Not a lot, but a bit. I mean, it's already pretty elevated. It's at like 58.45. But it did go up a little bit yesterday. Don't they have like EU banking holidays? I understand that Europe's multiple countries, Russell, my jimmies. 1,200 watching, 400 episodes. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Thank you. I'm European. I didn't have the day off today. It feels bad, man. It's a mess in Europe. They all have different holidays. Okay, well, maybe wherever this data comes from is having a holiday. All the Euro pickles in chat confused about why they didn't get the pickle holiday. I mean, it's kind of looking like the market moved up to resistance, and then it's probably just gonna fucking sit there till the Fed meeting. So I put this kind of range indicator in place where the two orange lines are. I expect us to probably trade within that till 2 p.m. Unless PMI data is ridiculously under or comes in over. I don't think we're going to see a lot of movement until the meeting at 2, or the minutes are released at 2 p.m. Leaps versus shares question. What's a good trade-off between premium versus shares? I.e., if shares are 10, leaps are 5. I mean, are the things that you want to happen going to happen by the time the leap expires? If not, shares are better. If there's a lot of uncertainty, shares are safer, right? I assume you're talking about something like, well, actually, I don't know what you're talking about. $10, $5. And you get a lot more leverage with leaps. But you have the risk of purchasing a depreciating asset. Not that a stock can't be a depreciating asset as well, it can. They're going to keep shorting XRT to keep it trading at a discount. Willing to bet this encourages active funds to create shares from the ETF rather than buy the underlying. Probably. When PMI data, 945. So some of it's out right now. Probably not looking so hot, given that we fell out of that channel at exactly 945. And then 10, the ISM numbers come out at the non-manufacturing PMI data comes out at 10 a.m. So 15 more minutes. Turkey has found rare earths an incredible amount. Have you read about it? I saw a few articles on it. Yeah, there's a big difference between finding mineral deposits and getting them the fuck out of the ground. How risky are CCs right now? Pretty fucking risky, honestly. I mean, unless you're selling them one like today and you're gonna buy it back tomorrow, they're pretty dangerous. Head and shoulders on the SPY. Sure, on the 1 minute. On the 15, 30, 1 hour. This could be an inverse head and shoulders if it can fail to like 378. Oh shit. GameStop finally broke below. Oh, I didn't update the. Let me update the delta neutral for today. Sorry, guys. Well, we fell below GN. Did everything go straight down during the COVID crash, or was it choppy? I mean, there were very, very bad days. I think the worst day was correctly. There was one day I remember being really, really, really bad. What was it? I think it was like the March 12th and March 9th were both atrocious. March 16th was pretty bad too. But not too much chop. Almost every day after I remember like every day after the like relief rally that happened like at the end of Feb was just straight down. Like so there wasn't really like a break in it falling off of a cliff. It was pretty intense. I mean, there were days like so I went into it. I had a really big put position that I started buying in December. When they first announced cases of COVID in the US. So I was buying like this far out of the money put position at like 280 at the time. And I remember like going into the crash, I'd bought a straddle because I was worried that there was going to be a bear rally. Um and during the drop, the volatility went so high that my calls were worth money. It was fucking nuts. Can you go over Vega again? It's sensitivity to change, and it's like delta for IV. That's an easy way to understand it. If you understand delta. We have delta neutral at 116, so theoretically we could bounce off of it. SPY doesn't look good. They might get their opportunity to short into some of that active fund pressure now. We were able to exit those green volatility calls in June. Yeah. I got out in June with like 22% gains on the position I bought into. Won some, lost some. It, it wasn't ideal, but I got out fast. I will say that that is one of the problems with taking like taking on a lot of separate strikes is they all require individual orders. And it can take a while to exit them. Viewers are about average right now. IWM dying. Interesting. PMI numbers at 10 a.m. could be worse. Yeah. Use the move index. You can. Fred's a really good data source too. Dropping confirming thesis. July VUP's looking tastier by the day. Yeah. Not Jimmy. Was I able to exit them? Not really. They mostly just burned up. It was a pretty small, like, call hedge, honestly. I got out of a few of them at higher numbers, but it was pretty hard to sell. And I was far more worried about my puts that were going deep in the money, right? King Zach, aka your mom's favorite son. They're pickling my jar. Gherk alert, quick question. I'm looking at near the money leaps for GME OPEX just to be safer in case of boofing actions reoccurring. The steam blow off on the 8th, if it happens, would this cause any IV spikes? Yeah, absolutely. If it happens, it would definitely cause an IV spike. Hold on. Where is it? There we go. I'm wondering if I should get into leaps before. Thanks, Big Dog. Yeah, it will cause an IV spike, but if you're going, here's the risk. Since we're going down, right? Price is currently dropping. If you're buying near the money, you're paying for intrinsic value, right? You're paying for like 0.4 or 0.5 delta. And if the price continues to fall, these contracts are going to get hit the hardest, like up front. Now, if you don't care about that, like your thesis is solid, you think GameStop is going to climb back above, say like you bought 120s right now, for just as an example. And you're confident that GameStop is going to climb above that and you're going to be able to sell those, then it's not a big deal if it, drops to like 114 or 110 in the near term, right? Because over time, but it's hard to hold these. It's hard to hold big losers, and wait for your thesis to play out. And people tend to have a habit of selling them at a loss. So be aware of that, because if the price does drop, it will hurt your contracts more than if you were further out of the money. When do you plan to enter a July OPEX call position? I don't know. I might enter some of it tomorrow. SPY going down, but QQQ going up. I wouldn't call it up so much as just chopping. It's rallying a little harder. I don't think it's that far out of alignment, though. Yeah, it's really not. It's a little more stable, but, tech is marginally more undervalued by itself. Is a potential buy supposed to be after hours today or tomorrow? Friday. If they drop, I'll double down, just like this Ko-Fi player. All right, King Zach. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, that's an option. If it drops, you can always average them down. You can like DCA into them over time. Who said that? QQQ tracks NASDAQ, not the SPY. Shh. SPY coming up now. A little bit, yeah. But data in 2 minutes. I can't believe how close you guest led spy yesterday. You're the man. Called guest. I don't know how you typed one word inside the other one. You're the man. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it, dude. Is the meeting at 2 or the minutes at 2? Minutes are at 2, Bob. It's minutes from last month's meeting. What's the earliest they can do after hours cover thing? I don't want folks to add late falling for a FOMO trap. I have no idea. I mean, they could do it during the day on Friday. We don't know. Technically, I don't think they have to do it in after hours. I just made $4. I think it's time to take this full time and quit my day job. Awesome, man. It sounds like it. What exactly are minutes? What does it mean? It's the notes from the Fed meeting last month. So they're kept private until today. It's the forward indication of the Fed's plans and a measure of their hawkish or dovishness. I'm still going to be interested in BBBY, right? I mean, probably. He's down pretty hard. Holy shit. Hold on. It's really cold in here. 1 second. I guess they actually fixed my air conditioner. And PMI, ISM PMI data looks like it was kind of shit. Can they do it Thursday or must it be Friday? I think they need to do it before threshold begins. I don't know which day they need to do it. The Subway Cup. Is the XRT threshold thing also going to cause AMC to run? I don't know. It's a good question. Probably not, but it depends. I didn't really pay attention to AMC after hours in January. Looks like AMC ran up a bit into close. And opened about even. AMC went up $4. Yeah, it's definitely, I don't think it's nearly at the same level. Like, I don't think they have nearly as much AMC exposure in XRT as they do GameStop. GameStop, for the same time period, ran, what did we run up into after hours that day? It was like 129 to 176. So it's, yeah, not really comparable. Welcome for the air conditioner fix. I left some other stuff you requested in the industrial freezer. Thanks, man. Glacier Capital conference call. You're welcome for the air conditioner fix. Cat at 52-week low. I know. Why cat died? Because the markets are pushing down. No, I didn't. I don't really care about his opinions, Zephyrus. Amazing how your work over the past 18 months cracked actual driving mechanics behind the market. Flow data is one thing, but what you've uncovered is next level. I just want to acknowledge that you're the GOAT. Thanks, Dominic. You're right. Does the holiday on Monday affect whether today is HVAC stream or culinary stream? I can't remember. I know it affects my recycling refuse pickup schedule. No, it doesn't. We don't defer anything here at Pickle Financial. Not until we get our eyes to. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for SF6? I already bought a hitbox. And if you aren't aware, they're selling at an insane premium. I bought one anyway. Since last week, Pi-Fi has turned into Trey. What did that cost them? 100K? What the fuck are you talking about? Souls. Hard bounce off cat of 170, volume not looking good. It's a good bounce. Volume on cat's never good. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. I'd worry more about it climbing back over like 172. Win Pulte and Adam Aaron board members. Hard bounce off cat. Did you buy spy puts? No. I think the spy's gonna chop till the Fed minutes. When does SLD start? Third Wednesday. So the 20th? It's offset this month, but it's, yeah, the 20th. Hitbox? Fight stick. Hitbox. I figured I'd try it out. When would they announce a tariff pullback? I have no idea. That's like executive branch, right? It could be fucking completely unpredictable. Remember when BBY below $10 seemed impossible? Good times, man, right? Remember when BBY below 20 seemed impossible? When it just sat at $20 for like a fucking month? Remember when you said after the Pog Pickle song, we need to push these cry guy pores out by doing something offensive? All I want is a goddamn summer vacation castle in Scotland. Can these asswipes stop FTDing? No, probably not. Remember GME below 150? Yeah, it used to hold a far higher line. Spy rip. Eh, it's by just chopping. HVAC crew began installation of my central AC today. It's going to be weird having a crew of guys working at my house unattended for 3 days while not home. They're going to drink all your beer and bang your wife. But to see if you can get like a discount. When will we find out if RC sold out of BBBY? If he did. When he files his 13F. I mean, as of the shareholders or the earnings call, he probably has not, right? Given that they're still working with the new board members and his like fucking resolution team or whatever they are. What's up with Tilray this morning? Who gives a shit? Is it running up? I have no idea. I don't pay attention to those stocks. Sorry I'm late for class. Did we talk about GME 110 strike put options for 819 that came through yesterday with a notional value of $5.5 million? Briefly, they probably bought them in order to kill T+2 today. And I would imagine that they would love to get the price down to like 100 if they can over the next couple weeks. Well, not even couple weeks now. What, 7 trading days? Too late for GME puts? Probably, because we're right at the next resistance now, right? My wife is mean and charge me extra to service her. Enough stock talk. You're at a fancy restaurant. What do you order? The last one I was at, I ordered a filet mignon, or well, Chateaubriand and an Australian lobster tail. It was phenomenal. It was like a cognac, like a cognac cream sauce. Oh, good shit. Why not Maine lobster? So overpriced surf and turf? Pretty much. So Australian lobster tails are gigantic. It's like a pound of lobster meat. I was sharing it with someone, but what does that cost? I don't know. It's like 400 or 500 bucks, something like that. Do you have one of those tuxedo t-shirts that you wear? You know I do. I do have a tuxedo t-shirt. They call them Omar lobsters? Oh, okay. If we drop below 116, do you expect a rapid drop to the next support? No, we need to drop below 112 for that to happen. There actually resistance is here at like 115.80. Hold on, I can just pull it up. Wait, can I? Oh, you bitch. Hold on. It's being an asshole. God fucking damn it. There it goes. No, no, not this. This is Caterpillar. Where's my fucking chart? Oh. So I don't know how easily you guys can see this, but there's a resistance band like right here. That's the center point on that red line. But 115.67 through 112.86, we could get hung up in this range. We can get hung up in this range and retest the lower side of this trend line. If we fall through this, then yeah, it's like fucking straight down to like $100. There's just not much support in this range. There's a little bit at like 110 and 107.80, but they're kind of inconsequential unless we build some support at that level. So we're buying puts or calls at this point. No, I bought back into my puts this morning. They're up 40%, 32%. Depends on which one. Has no claws, chunky tail. It was delicious. So you were on a date? Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess. What did I miss? Is this a good entry point at 115? I mean, we're holding for now. They appear to be shorting us though, so I would be cautious. Was it Cat Lady? No. Was it Cat's wife trying to convince you not to take the house? Not yet. I don't think she would care either way. My put orders didn't fill this morning. Looks like I missed the window. If we break through 110 with any speed, then move back in and target $100 exit. You could, yeah. I mean, a bunch of puts are about to go in the money here at 115, right? Aren't there like a shitload of puts for next week at this price? There's 1,200 for, yeah, 1,200 for next week, 500 for this week. There's a lot of fucking puts at 110. 2,800. Spy drops 50 BPS in 5 minutes on their MOASS bingo card. Jimmy looking good. News? Yeah, Jimmy is looking great. No news. Can you talk about hypotheses on what our bottom might be? Well, it'll either hold in this range or we'll drop down towards like the $100 range. We held in this range back in May, right? Yeah. When we came out of May OPEX, I think we only fell to like a 114, which is like right in the middle of that resistance band I showed you guys. So you know, there's a chance that we could hold this low range. We'll see how much ability they have to continue shorting us. I think ideally they would rather have us back in this range, right? Tried to send you a message on Discord to get added, but says I can't send you a message as I'm not your friend. Cut me deep. What's a man to do? Oh, you have to join the Discord server to send me DMs. Jitsi poo. So join the pickle jar and then DM me. It takes like you have to wait like 10 minutes after you join. You spent like 500 for a dinner date. Did you at least get to hit? Yeah, I mean that's why I spent $500 on a dinner date, right? Looks like Lenixis DD was right. We ran. Never said which direction. Fuck off. Um. So cat officially dead? No, it looks like it's holding 170. I mean, you have like a ton of time, don't you? Didn't we go over this yesterday? Girk already said he was my friend. I had to buy Pigeonwell status in order for him to agree to it, though. $500 on a dinner date in New York, so five guys? I mean, no. New York's not that expensive. Take me out on a date. Okay, user one. Oh, I thought you said cat fell through resistance. It looks like it could go to 100. No. I was talking about GameStop. And I didn't say it looks like GameStop could go to 100. We can just find support right where we're at. I should really set up these. Did I set this support band? Is this correct? 1286, 14, 16, 15. Yep, it is. Perfect. Still not selling covered calls? No, I bought them all back yesterday. Would weeklies not be a terrible idea for the play? They would be cheap and a gamble, but if Jan 26 happens, it could be nice. Fair. Jan 6th, you mean? It would happen after hours though, so you have to buy weeklies for the following week, which are more expensive, right? I think some people want to play cat in between June and July OPEX, not looking like a real possibility at this point. Which is odd because Cat usually kind of runs in tandem with GameStop, because of the way their dividend schedule is set up. It runs a little earlier, but not a lot earlier. Cat's not quick. Don't get into Cat for like quick in and out plays. Cat's like a reliable, consistent channel lock that takes time to play out. You think I'm buying 60, 90-day fucking calls for no reason? Drinks are and roofies are not cheap. Any commercial paper stocks worth it now? Or is everything defaulted out? Yeah, I wouldn't touch commercial real estate right now at all. Your thumbnail today is 12 out of 10. Any way to buy or download the image from your editor? I don't think so. Also, you're acknowledging that you hit after the date. Take that virtual dap up. Is one considered a high class Dan if they frequent the back of the Five Guys dumpster over Wendy's? No, those are called traders. Show us a picture for proof of what? Oil below 100, market gonna rip. Nah, not necessarily. You know, oil's not deflating, right? It's just the speculation on it's dwindling because of new supply avenues coming in. So there's a fear of oversupply, and so speculators are backing off. But there's no deflation going on. Looking to investigate naked shorting, FTD, internalization, and GDX. Anywhere I could grab a few links and resources you use for investigation. Jesus Christ. I have no idea. You got to be way more specific than that, PGen. DM me on the Discord like what you're researching specifically, and I'll try to hook you up with some information. I've been gone. What's up, JC? Welcome back. What's the play you've been talking about? I don't know. Several? When's the cat dividend? July 19th. Ex-dividend date. Bobby is almost the same price as 23andMe. Interesting. Did AMD bottom out at $71? Maybe. But today kind of looks like shit. I guess it's finding a little support here at 2350. I'd probably wanted to move back above VWAP before I tried to go long on it though. Hey. God, I love Costco. Pickles picks are on fire this week, except for Cat. Drilling. Where can we enter to win a date with you? Oh, Jesus. I'm touching commercial real estate with a very, very small but very hard bear Dillard. Nice. Looking at the last few ex-dividend dates, CAT hits a low between the 3rd and the 6th of the month, and then goes up 10 to 12% into the ex-div date. Seems right on schedule. Yeah. It looks pretty good. You also see a lot of like institutional money come in during that period as they dump it there to pick up like a quick 3%. You think CAT generated some of the best returns compared to all your other trades? No. Solid, consistent ones, but not the best. It's up there. It's like top 5. The run earlier, the 2 big runs earlier this year were fucking awesome. On CAT. July 15, put OI sub 100, looking relatively large. For XRT? It was at like 90 something thousand yesterday. 99,000. That's because Cat is the pickles pick I was interested in. The entire market is out to get me. As long as you have time, it should be okay, barring a market crash. And then if there's a market crash, you know, just keep your risk tight. If it falls below your risk, get out, wait for it to stabilize before getting back in. It's not that complicated. I think most things can still go lower. I agree. Baba reversal incoming. Looking a little better. GameStop pushing down into the mid-level. Oh, these colors suck. That's better. Whole lot of ETF shorting. IGH has similar pattern. Are you planning on having options exposure for July 8th? I might have a little. I might just sell covered calls the day after on the increased IV. If we get an after, we still don't know if we're gonna get an after hours run, right? Again, speculating on it's kind of silly because we only have one point of reference for that happening previously, right? Next hot tub stream, you should take us to a nice restaurant. Mm. Rolled out my CC for additional premium using market orders, and it netted 0. Ah, why? One month with my favorite pickle. The lobster tail was great, but for our next date, can I get some of your Italian bologna? Thank you, Brett Harrell. I appreciate it. Is puts finally printing? Yeah, it took a little while, but it happened. Oh, nice, greedy dead man. When by July calls after the 8th? I might buy some before. I might buy some tomorrow. We'll see what happens today. How low we go. Forget everything else you've talked about today. If you own a tuxedo t-shirt, why didn't you wear it for the 1-year stream anniversary? Flofiosa had never seen such bullshit. I don't know where it is. It's probably like packed up somewhere. I just made back the money I lost from last OPEX. How long are we gonna go? How low are we gonna go? It'll depend. We need to break down below this. There's resistance to the downside. But from below 112 to 100, like, we would need to be building supports. So, there, once we cross like 112.86, there's just not a lot of support down here. So we'll have to, just watch it very closely, set stops, that kind of thing. Can we see 100 before July OPEX, given that we dropped to 113 today? It's possible. Any reason why you didn't open any covered calls during this ouchie downtown? I closed them yesterday. Because of the 8th. I'm not going to hold covered calls into aftermarket on the 8th. It could be a repeat correlation. John Wilkes Booth, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships, man. I appreciate it. Guys, welcome to Cornichon. Thank you so much, dude. Bot Wookie Cream, Reese, Olga, Zombie Bacon, the Barbecue Idiot, Brooke, Deadwood, Holden Harold, Turt62, and Thomas. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. The fuck is going on? Yeah, this is a thing now. All the bots getting membership again. I've never been so happy to see Jimmy dumping. Your thesis is a fucking beautiful thing to watch unfold. Legend. Thanks, Dominic. Why? Because I'm an idiot. Okay, well... That's a pretty solid fucking reason. Where is the resistance band? We're in it. It's this thing. Orange is the outer edge. Red is the center. I imagine this is active shorting. Yeah, you can see it based on the volume. Yeah, make sure you guys have gifting turned on if you want to be included. Clearly, the pigeon whale wars aren't over. How do you usually calculate how much of a difference between difference to leave between the stop and the limit and a stop limit order? Half of the bid ask spread is decent. Yeah, it depends on the underlying. GameStop's really gappy, so I tend to leave a fair chunk of room. More liquid stocks, a little tighter. Like half the bid ask spread and a more liquid stock's probably fine. Especially if you have like a very liquid strike. Is that a challenge? Jesus Christ, here we go again. Fiscal stupidity. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, dude. Guys, big shout out to John Wilkes Booth, Fiscal Stupidity, and Mike Buys Leaps for being so generous with the memberships. Fiscal Stupidity, I think, might still be in the lead, although Nebraska's definitely running a hard second. Hang out for more War of the Pigeon Whales. Do you think Tinderbot has been gifted yet? I haven't seen it gifted yet. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Cornichon. Cornichon. I just had a chance to check. Sorry if you've already answered, but what is your gut feeling on where it will fall to? We can just get hung up in this range between 112 and 115. It's very possible. We could fall further. If we do, we're more likely to fall down towards the $100 range. Like the question at this point is, can they push us down that hard? Will we find any support between here and there? That's not guaranteed. This is a pretty strong support level. Not as strong as like 126.70, but still pretty strong. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Everyone's gonna be a fucking Cornichon by the end of the week. Team Tom Tom here. Currently in the process of continuously rolling a CSP for weekly premiums. Is it better to keep rolling into the same strike or bump it up a notch to collect more premium? Risks? I mean, do you want to buy shares? Like, if you're just doing it to collect premiums, it's better to try to keep it a little more risk averse. Bet on when the next 2-digit run will be. I don't mind sleeping red, but it gets a bit dull being long. I don't mind seeing red, but it gets a bit dull being long. Probably after July 15th. That's what we're expecting right now, at least. I'm thinking of buying far-dated put options on the SPY if it pumps after the FOMC minutes. Thoughts? Might not be a bad choice. Depends on what's set at the minutes, right? If there's any easing of QT or a pullback in rates planned for the latter part of the year, then we could really rally. Crest, dude, thank you so much. Guys, Mike Buys Leaps, Crest, John Wilkes Booth, and Fiscal Stupidity. Everyone, give them a big shout out for hooking you up. Thank you so much, guys. And I'll play Pigeon Whale music. If I can find it. Are we allowed to beg for Cornichon? Actually, the Pigeon Whales prefer that. Tom, come at me, bro. Oh, Jesus. $99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill because he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the devil, he said. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society. These free memberships to boost morale? I have no idea. I don't think so. This is getting out of hand. All the poorest can't become lower middle class. This is how we lose our class-based society. No, it just gives them a taste, right? I don't see any reason not to get weeklies. Warning, I am a degenerate, but seems like nothing happens after hours. Just take the tiny theta hit and sell Friday morning just to stick to the plan. You mean Monday morning? I think you're misinterpreting the time frame in which the run on the 8th would occur. After a run on the 8th happens, would that spike IV? Yeah. That doesn't mean IV won't get crushed out before OPEX, but it would spike IV into Monday. How dare push BBY in the corner? Isn't extreme risk the more it gets shorted? Sure. It's not pushed in a corner. It's just not fucking gonna do anything until the put wall closes on the 15th. If something crazy happens, I'll pay attention to it. As soon as gifting started, Jamie went up. I wonder what happens if I do this. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, John Wilkes Booth. 50? What the fuck? Thank you so much, dude. Why are you guys doing this? Fucking unbelievable. Okay, well, now that everybody is a Cornichon, big shout out to John Wilkes Booth putting the squeeze on Fiscal Stupidity and Tom and Nebraska. Jesus Christ. Absolute fucking legend. Thank you so much. You may be a dillionaire, but you're a pigeon whale at heart, sir.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful.
Bithead, thank you so much, man. 20 memberships. I appreciate it, dude.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Lily, hey Greg, any reason you think the SLD deposit is offset to the T+2 week of OPEX rather than liquidity being required before settlement on the 15th? Settlement on the 15th is settlement from the previous month. And it's not due on the 15th anymore. It's due on the third trading day of the month. They changed the SLD schedule this year in March. So now it's the third Wednesday through the third trading day of the following month. The deposit settlement cycle. So the settlement drags out a little longer than it used to, but I think you can click the where they gift them, and then like it allows you to enable gifting or something. Someone said, I have no idea. Can you make them honorary pigeon whales? I don't think so. I mean, sure. What the fuck, Pinhead? Jesus Christ, man. Thank you so much, dude. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much. The fuck? Boars being hunted to extinction. Everybody enjoy the Pigeon Whale stimulus package. Don't thank me. This is personal. Drink your coffee and stream, damn it. All right. I'm doing my best. What the fuck? Is there some like weird shit going on in the Pigeon Whale chat? What the fucking Christ? Oh man. You guys are ridiculous. Still poor. You may have noticed I haven't received a gift membership. This is because I'm actually one of the many synthetic viewers. I'm personally responsible for at least 5 Cornichon FTDs. Congratulations, dork. Bithead gave an extra 50 memberships. Yeah, I see. Dude, thank you so much, Bithead. I understand it's personal between you and the Pigeon Whales, but still. Kitty Pickle, thank you. I appreciate the membership. Jay Faust, welcome to Cornichon. Thank you so much, man. Also, welcome all like 300 of you new Cornichons. Jesus fucking Christ. JK, thank you so much for becoming a Billionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it to float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD.
Non-member locates win.
The moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Play the Cornichon song 300 times. Fuck no. Can you thank me for being gifted Cornichon? No. The thanks only go to the pigeon whales that are doing this. They're pigeon whales stimulus. Still a poor. You find it concerning Genius hit lower highs for the last 18 months now. OPEC cycles seem to get weaker and weaker. Volumetrically speaking, March was far bigger than August or November. Also, the percentage price improvement was larger. But I do think due to variance swaps, they needed to lower the range in January. So we're now in a lower range, but with an increasing floor. Same as last year, right? So many people spend so much time drawing triangles on the GME chart that you'd think someone would have noticed that. Do I need to do a big reveal? Maybe I've already done this. You know, there's like if you look at it out here, it seems pretty obvious to me. Like if you look at the GME chart, yeah, it should work, right? Then we get a move, then we like move down, and then we just move into like this trend. More volume traded across that. But and if you look, that's like kind of like Gamma Max, right? For most of those runs, like where Gamma Max started. I guess Gamma Max for this would have been like right there. So it's just like a new range, right? But it doesn't really change the like volumetric covering behind OPEX. Because if that kept going, right, at those price ranges, then, you know, GameStop would have gone quite high. Like if you bring this out, like GameStop would have just kept starting higher and higher for each OPEX. And so by tanking it in November through February, they're able to start the next set of cycles in a lower range. This is one of the reasons I backed off of like MOASS as a possibility. Like first was the share offering, which killed the FTDs back in June, but then from November to Feb, that's what really like killed that potential. Like that's a unbelievable amount of force to be able to exert on the stock. That and the entropy swaps collapse, the expansion of gamma, which prevents the price of the stock from rising any higher. Whoa, I'm a member. You are. Go pledge your fealty to your local pigeon whale. They will assign you a field and a hut. Does it mean we're probably not going to see price over 200s again? No. With Fed May, August, November cycle, why do we expect an OPEX run in July? Well, first of all, the OPEX obligations have been compounding. So we actually had we had an OPEX run in March and May. We expect one in July because we should have had one in June. But it was deferred. Just like we should have had one in February, but it was most likely deferred. We're still waiting for confirmation of this, but this does appear to fit what they're able to do. I would explain, also why we didn't get a run in February and we got such a large run in March. Feudalism is back. Maybe. This is unfair. I've enjoyed my poor status for so long. I'm not giving Gherkin any of my money. Too late, turd. Bithead, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. Guys, big shout out to Bithead for the 20 new memberships. Really want to know what's going on here. Original pigeon whales, new money pigeon whales. What is wrong with you guys? Thank you so much. It's ridiculous. Hold on. Trying to find. What's this?
Another white cop point, a stonk stuck in the road. Theta grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you gave Kirk access to your wife.
I had to go to the Piggle ETF to generate liquidity in order to internalize all of these memberships. Make the chat members only. What's the point? By the end of the day, every viewer except MTV Dork will be a member. Ironic. It's really looking that way. Jesus fucking Christ, Bithead. What? Oh, okay. I think the other notifications just fell out. Never mind. But still, what the fuck, man? Spy drilling for oil. Moving back to 380. None of the PMI data looks very good. So this'll help out the shorts on GME. John Wilkes Booth, thank you so much, man. For the last 15 Cornishons that weren't members, welcome. Guys, don't forget to turn on gifting if you want to be a part of the pigeon whale wars and swear your fealty to a pigeon whale. Oh, Lord Jesus, I have ascended. John Wilkes Booth giving the pigeon whales a run for their money. Do you guys think it's cute that a billionaire is trying to compete with you? Because he's doing a damn good job. Where is the gifting option? I think if you click where they gifted, I have no idea though, honestly. YouTube just turned this shit on and it's turned my life into a living hell. Pinhead and Crest, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Are there any left now? Who's not? Okay, well, Dork's still not a member, so that's good. Jesus fucking Christ. It's like there's so many, I think, that like it's both the people that don't have it turned on and then like new people are joining to watch the stream and they're just automatically getting assigned Cornishon. What the fuck? Thank you guys so much. Hey, Jukebox, how much to play Full Bowl Smooth Edition? Dude, that thing's like fucking 8 minutes long. I can't. Nobody could ever smoke enough weed to listen to that. Well, except one person. I would swear my allegiance to a side, but I can't find out how to turn it on. I think you have to click the thing and then I like turn on gifting. $100 memberships. It's 110. Can you please thank my Lord Pigeon Whale? You can at the Pigeon Whales, I think, in the chat, maybe, or you know, just message them directly on the. You just like at and then their screen name. Am I banned? I don't think so, D-Pipe. Ever watch a video on how to turn it on? Maybe not an option for people with YouTube Premium. I have no idea. You're saying the supply is greater than demand? Is the brine pool suffering its own bullwhip effect? Well, not yet, but soon. I allowed gifting 2 seconds later. Welcome to. Thank you guys so much. Welcome all you new Cornishons.
Cornishon.
Posty McPosterson, thank you so much for the 10 memberships, dude. Guys, big shout out to Posty, Crest, Bithead, John Wilkes Booth, Fiscal Stupidity, Mike Buys Leaps. Thank you so much, guys. You think July OPEX will be similar to March in terms of price action? It still looks a little smaller. Not much, but a little bit. If you're on a brand account, you cannot get gifted memberships. Oh, okay. Can we stop gifting? I pride myself on being here since day one and never buying a membership. Thanks. What's the chart of your membership count look like? I don't know. It's like 3 months delayed. It's going to have like quite the MOASS in a few months when it updates. This is the feeling of The Secret. This is seriously becoming a cult. Hold on.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so
Yeah, I think so,
see
Chris
how
the man.
Somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurg leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
How exactly is this not a cult? Oh, because of the song. Thanks, Boxum. Bithead, have fun and please organize the MOASS soon. Pull some BlackRock strings for us. Hi, everyone. Welcome aboard. It's a nice place. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, dude. Did you win? The only poorest who will be left are going to be the people who have red tube accounts. Nautical is the name of Gurk's yacht. Don't be fooled. What yacht? Congratulations. I'm pretty sure that if you just turn it on at this point, you'll get a free membership. Branded accounts can't get gifted. Switch to my other account. Boom. Nice free riding Cornishon. Did it hurt when you fell out of Persian heaven? No. Soft landing. I don't consent to a membership. Then you won't get one. Don't worry about it. Just thinking that MOASS is no longer a possibility. Retroactively diminish your confidence in whale teeth. No, whale teeth are still the way. We're going lower the next couple of weeks. We could. Or a couple days. Yeah, we could go lower. I should probably set up a stop on some of these puts going into the Fed meeting. Okay. Stop price. Let's say I love when it gets crazy in here on down days. Helps to feel the awesome vibes. Thank you, Trina. I just bought 10 SPY 0 DTEs at 390C and 370p. Thoughts? Way too wide. Best of luck to you. Must that be in the beta or whatever? I'm not really sure why it wouldn't. Switch accounts was able to turn on gifting. Nice. Unpour me. Oh, I set stops on my GME puts. What's the best for July calls and GME for a pour? 1 in the money August 19 call versus 6 August 19 240s or 5 Jan 950s. I mean, you're not asking like what's the best call. You're just kind of asking, those are very different risk levels, and August 19s and Jan 950s are kind of different plays entirely. The 240s and the 950s. Those are like extrinsic value plays. If we break 200, the 240s would go up quite a lot, but if we don't break 200, they may kind of just stagnate. They do have okay, like they have better Vega than the Jan 950s, I think, moderately. August 19 240 calls have a Vega of oh, you know what? They might not even have better Vega. That's 0.05. I declare that I win. I won't let the coffee get cold and hydrate too. We're in it for the long haul. Thank you so much, Bithead. I really appreciate it, dude. Gen 950s are 0.09 Vega. So the Gen 950s have better Vega than the August 240s. The August 240s seem kind of pointless. I guess they have some delta value. So if the price moved up to like 200, oh wait, those are August 12s. August 19, 240. Or 0.06. Yeah, I mean, if the price moves up, these will get a little extra delta value. So these have a little more exposure to price, but they'll have faster theta decay. In the money, I don't know what the point of in the money would be if you expect the price to go up. Aside from you just like, I guess if it doesn't happen at all. Yeah, I'm still in wheat. Yeah, near the money would make more sense. Like somewhere between delta neutral and gamma max is usually like a nice sweet spot, like point 4, 0.3, 0.2 delta. Do we know what time the Fed minutes are due to be published? 2 p.m. What's your price target for those GME puts? I mean, kind of this range, but if the price drops further. Here's my gifts. Can I be counted? Yes, Jim Cramer's Coke Mirror. How do I gift memberships to the 510 gang? I'm pretty sure that the membership gifting is random. Also, they're all dillionaires. So do we know what time the Fed minutes are due to be published today? Okay. 240 is more leverage, but the one call would be so far in the money. I think it would be comparable and obviously safer. Yeah. I don't know. I usually don't buy in the money calls. I did a little bit before March and I regretted that because it was just tied up a bunch of capital. Seven, 379, 383, too wide for a spy straddle. 379, 383. I would probably go like 380, 383 if I was gonna do that. Begging for memberships to increase your 6-figure YouTube income even more. Get a job, you bum. Thanks, Koala Hugger. Always love to get extra money from you. What's life like being diluted? Bithead, thank you so much for the 20 extra memberships. I appreciate it, dude. I wish we had a song for whiny bitches like Koala Hugger. I guess we don't. We could just play full ball.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
The song clearly states that it could be green or it could be red. It could be hurtful or full ball. today, hurtful. When cat bankruptcy. It's cool. I don't want your memberships anyways. You have to turn on gifting. 67 RS 427. Chat is way too fast now. Yeah. It's kind of hard to keep up. When are you positioning for Jimmy July run? I might buy some tomorrow. We'll see. Looks like I didn't get stopped out of my puts here. Koala Hugger put their pickle in my jar. You didn't even say anything this time. Thank you so much, Koala Hugger. I appreciate the support. Imagine participating in the financial markets to not make money. Good job, dude. You've beat the system. You can't receive a gift if your account is flagged as a brand account. Yeah, we said that a bunch. Now he's just donating money and not even saying anything. I'm sorry, Zeps. How did GME 24 510 Cs have 0.32 delta? What? They don't. They have 0.11 delta. Imagine how Koala feels spending $3 to get his message censored by Ko-Fi while I buy puts on his DRS shares. Get fucked, nerd. I'm never able to make money on the market. Have I beat the system yet? Well, at least you're trying. I finally turned on allowed gifting. Shower me with your gifts. Please, sincerely, poor guy. 2024, not 2023. Oh. Length of the contract time, mostly, is why the delta is so high. I don't get a free membership. I'm headed over to watch Trey. Good luck. See how long you can last. Brand account is YouTube specific. It was made with a Google account. It can be shared by multiple users. Okay. I don't know what that is. Okay, one more. God damn it. Hamscaro, Pickle M, SG, Money Cash Dan, Zomps, Mr. Bogus, Roberto Gamma, Tao Roland, K-Dog, David Gap, Raj, Jordan. Welcome to Cornishan, guys. Thank you so much, Bithead. I'm gonna watch Trey too. Okay, I'm back. That was terrible. DM for link to the video file. Oh, for Koala Hugger? Amazing. I forgot about this thing. What you have just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response was there anything that could ever be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this stream is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no karma, and may God have mercy on your soul. People keep saying Cat's drilling for oil, but it's been trading at like the same price all day. Like it dropped to 170, and it's just kind of chilling there. Ooh, going down again? Spy dipping? Just watch the Dow if you want to know what Cat's gonna do. It's like it's a big fat chunk of the Dow. Remember when everyone would be sad when the price was dropping? I do. Now it's like, yay, my puts are printing. My covered calls are cheap to buy back. Woo. You know what's upsetting though is how many of these we went through where we were just sad. Big banks are calling market bottom. That's because they need boomers to hold. Yeah, I'm part of something. Thanks, Binhead. How strong is the support at 114.16? Pretty strong. Not as strong as 126.70, but strong. Can you play that Alec Baldwin always be closing video that Dettles made? Oh, Jesus, I'd have to find it. Doing some practice for trend analysis. Spy in a descending channel. Yeah, I broke through the bottom of a descending channel. Probably still in a descending channel on like... you could go out here, I guess. It's still in it, sure. But it looks like it's breaking down. It's technically a wedge. But a weak one. It's not consolidating quickly. Jimmy shares under 115, same like free. I DM'd you an inconsequential thing. I was the one behind the silly oh. What did it say? Pee pee poo poo? Oh, so the second koala hugger donation was was a bit of a parody. It was just pee pee poo poo. I suck big dumb and lick doorknobs, which is an accurate description of Koala Hugger. I don't know what these alleged Fed minutes are, but my puts are green, so that means the economy is bad. Sure. Good toilet wine. Morning Gurk, our 125 call for Baba August 19th expiry enough to theta, or should I roll? I don't want to solely depend on tariff decision for price action short term. Thanks as always. I mean, if it's something you're interested in buying in for the long term, then you probably want to like DCA and have, you know, at least a quarter or two of theta, right? For like, I assume that if you want it for longer, you're playing like the QE in the Chinese economy, like their central bank's version of quantitative easing, because that would be like the longer term thesis for Baba. How about put some Baba yesterday afternoon? Calls on VIX. You ever buy a Leaply just to feel alive? Far too often. To move these stop, I'm gonna move my stops up a little. I seem to have found a nice resistance at 114.20. Yeah. I'm just updating stop limits. Dustin Hall and Boiled Rainfall. Welcome to Cornishan, guys. Why are commodities dumping? It's a good question. You know, manufacturers and commodity suppliers are generally the first hit with the bullwhip, not necessarily the hardest. But if commodities are something you're interested in longer term, then you know they're very cheap right now. Most of them. Some are a little elevated, but things like coal, I think uranium's still pretty cheap. Yeah. Oil's coming down. I don't know. With the supply stuff, like oil's kind of a little risky right now. It'll probably go back up into the latter half of the summer, but speculation's definitely pulling back right now. So I don't think my VXX 90Cs are going to print. Yeah, I don't either. Like, even if VXX squeezed super hard, I don't think your $90 calls would print, Popcorn Trader. What's going on? Is this gifting thing I'm seeing in chat? Yeah, YouTube has allowed membership gifting, and then the pigeon whales have gotten into a gifting competition. So that's a thing. When will we see some updated info coming in for July OPEX? Probably this weekend, depending on what happens in after hours on the 8th. I've been kind of, I have like a DD mostly written. I'm just holding off for some more confirmation. Gift members, same like fake shares. Synthetic Cornichon. It's just the ETFs dumping out the liquidity, right, Johnny A? Yemi Griffin, congratulations on your new Cornichon. Give a shout out to Bithead for hooking you up. I don't see how Cat can stay at these low prices for long. I agree. Generally, the bottoms don't last very long on Cat. If I place a stop, does it show on L3? Yeah, it shows up in the order book. Or wait, no. Well, it depends. Is it a stop loss or a stop limit? A stop loss will show up. A stop limit won't. But that depends on who's looking. Maybe it doesn't at all. Well, it would still show up on the market maker side. Maybe, or your brokerage. I guess if your brokerage has PFOF, it would still, they could still see it. I'm not really sure if they share stop information or not, but it is a placed order. Money laundering through gifted subs? No. I'm DRSing my membership. I don't want them lending it. Thank God. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll help you out. Y'all are welcome. Join the Discord. Thank you again, Bithead. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to go do something real fast. Let me see if I can find Dettle's fucking video. It's been a while. What's up, Pickle Morty? I love you guys. Hugs. Hashtag 510 gang for life. $5 Bobby Leaps. Same like out of wage slavery eventually. Maybe. I mean, if they turn the company around and it doesn't go bankrupt. It's less of a gamble than you usually take, but still a big gamble. You click the, like, where the gifts were donated in chat, and it should bring up the option for you to accept gifts. And then if you haven't accepted gifts, or you can't, you might be on, like, a brand account. I just bought a few August 200s. Maybe not the best entry, but my mouth tasted like copper when I hovered over them. So I took that as a good sign. You have to stop thanking me. It's destroying my anonymity. Okay. I'll be quiet. Where are we expecting to see 7, 8 on GME? 2+2 oddities? The link for the Discord's in the description. Spy rally after FOMC minutes later? Maybe. We'll see what's said. I think unless we get bad news, which I don't expect, the market will view it as somewhat bullish, right? So give me 1 second. Someone's like banging on my door. Yeah, it only, I think it only gifts non-members. Only gives existing members. No, they're putting a couch into my neighbor's apartment right now. How do we know this is you? I have no idea. Okay, so I crunched the numbers. In order to live off minimum wage in a 2-bedroom place in California while only spending 40% of your income on rent, you'd need more tenants than bedrooms. Yeah. Say something condescending. Oh, hold on. Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. Forgot to mute. Whatever. Get the movers and Chipwich and tell. I had to leave the door open for them so they could angle it into her apartment. I guess trying to do the cost of living in California, just put it this way: you're a millionaire and you're still poor. How do we know this isn't a Girk, Matt Kors, Mrs. Doubtfire situation? Like Matt Kors in a fat suit? Ugh. It's almost like Fibs called for its. Oh, fuck off with Fibonacci's. Where's my Fibonacci meme? Hold on. Someone needs to find it for me. It's so important. Damn it. Oh well. Gotta be in here somewhere. That's not appropriate. This one's pretty good. Trash Dan helped me make this one. Textbook bear pennant. Pennant. Not pendant. Yeah, it looks like a bear pennant. I like the meme cartoon. There's two guys at a random house with the address 112358. And one guy says to the other, this must be Fibonacci's house. You're holding your GME puts till after the minutes. Also, do you plan on... I have a stop on them. Do you plan on straddling the potential after hours on the 8th into Monday? Possibly. I don't know if I'm going to straddle it, but I might buy some calls before market close. We'll see. Now would be a great time to enter 180. It might be a great time to enter like 182s. To the long side, but it's not a super great time to enter puts to the downside. It might be a good time to enter just 180s on each. Is Ivy already ramping up though? 181 call, 180 put. By the put first. Yeah, I know they fucking expire today. Holy smokes, I'm rich. Congratulations, man. Hot mic? Oh, I know. I didn't mute anything. I had to get up quick. What's your conservative price target for July OPEX? I have no idea what Gamma Max is going to be by then. We'll have to wait. Probably somewhere between like 150 and 180. I'm busy. Finally check the price data. It's right where you said it would go. Thanks for all that you do. It's really inspiring. Thanks, Pickled Hole. Index is lawn darted at 40 basis points down, right until 2. If the SPY starts to run on the news at 2, do you think GME will go up? I'm not sure if it will, actually, Roberto. They've been doing a pretty good job at keeping active fund pressure suppressed. I'm pretty sure you can select a straddle and brings up both options in WeBull. You can set the limits there much faster. I think that auto executes the orders though, like a market order. So in this way, I can just average down. What are your thoughts on the VIX making a move to the upside by late August, early September? Probably see one towards the end of this month. How much upside? What's VIX at today? It's 27. And if you're talking like a break of 30, I would say later this month. Unless we get like a rally out of nowhere, but they killed DDS again. It's not time. Ooh, good. I can buy low. Oh. Fuck, that's spicy. I was just gonna do what GameStop does, right? With utilization being at 100%, multiple brokers saying they're finding it difficult to find shares, do you think the possibility of a severe bull run happening, this is possible? I mean, I think we're gonna get a run in like a couple weeks, and that's gonna unlock some liquidity. Why straddle so early? They've been pricing IV in at like 2 o'clock. Poker. So like from like 1:30, which is when I usually straddle it, they start pricing IV in. And they've been doing it earlier and earlier every time for like the last 2 months. So I'm just fucking around with it anyway. I don't really care. I kind of like burned myself out trading fucking futures this week. I did good. I did really good on the futures on July 4th. July is usually a spicy month. Markets could rally over the next couple of weeks. If you're up in the air in Jersey City, I probably won't be able to see you, Pickled Hole. I don't think my window faces that way. Been here quietly since the beginning. Last year I donated $500 to your perm. For 2022, here's a fully prepaid Pigeon Whale membership. It's yours to internalize or elevate a random poor from their misery. Thanks for all the knowledge bombs and good times. Big maple tree. Holy fucking shit, dude. Was that? Holy fuck, man. Thank you so much. I guess, I mean, thank you, Big Maple Tree. I really appreciate it, dude. Get another perm, bro. That's fucking crazy. I really appreciate that, man. If you hit me up on the Discord, I'll try to hook you up with Pigeon Whale if you want it. I don't know how to do that, but I'll try to figure it out. It could be like a different like a prepaid pigeon whale. Thank you so much, man. I mean, you're gonna get a song.
Alright, look. I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right?
Oop, shit. Hold on. I need to make this better. Oh, we're definitely getting demonetized.
Alright, look. I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right? Us P-dubs are a special breed. P-dubs just wants for you. Of course. Just shut up and listen.
Thank you, Velociraptor. What a damn pigeon whale. I have to find my pigeon whales. Thank you again, man. Really. The aneurysm in my brain is full blown. New Cornichon, same like old poor. Everyone's a Cornichon now. I think after listening to this song, it's abundantly clear we are not a cult. Exactly. Wouldn't Baba 300? I don't know, like 12 years. I've watched my 401k drop 60k in the last 2 weeks. Watching the stream has kept me feeling level and optimistic. Thanks to you guys for having a community to watch and try to learn. You got it, not Nicole. I'm sorry, Ben. Having mutual funds and index funds right now sucks. But, you know, 10 years time it'll be back and stronger, generally speaking. Still got Baba calls. If so, what strike and expiry did you grab? I bought some today, and then I have some 120s and some like 15s. Expiration for August. Is Powell speaking or just minutes? I think he has a speech today. Let me double check, but I think he does. No, you know what? Powell's not speaking today. Williams spoke this morning. I don't think Powell speaks this week at all. Damn it, I am second, but I still stand in awe of such generosity. Well done. Thank you, Bithead. I appreciate it. That was super cool. Bearish wedge on Baba 5 or just chop? This actually looks like an ascending triangle after it found some support at back at 115. This doesn't look too bearish actually. You could say like a really extended bear flag, but it moved back up above VWAP. I think this is probably bullish. Why are both sides of my... Oh, because... See, this is what I was talking about. They're pumping up the IV on these calls. Did you see them both going green even though the price is down? What happened? Someone donated like $1,200. When Tesla 600? Oh, it's gonna be a while. This is a shit chart for Tesla, but maybe not anytime soon. Now we have tendies for a Market Chameleon account. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I want to look and see if like we wouldn't be better off with something else. Like wouldn't we be better off with like Polygon? Wouldn't you mean $91? We have to break this low resistance before we even consider moving into that range. Let me ask my wife if I can donate. Here's to another 7 months of debauchery and tendies. Mad respects for being able to do this for so long. GG to all. Thank you so much, Code Black. I appreciate it, man. So put calls? I mean, yeah, I have a put call strategy on the SPY right now. Sometimes after these FOMC meeting, the price rockets one way and then turns around and goes the other way for the rest of the day. When you play a straddle, what do you look for to close a leg? Generally just like a profitable trade. So, because you can then play it directionally, right? Once it chooses a direction after the like FOMC like minutes, so usually what'll happen is it'll like kind of consolidate in a range and then it'll break like up and then down and then then after this it'll choose a direction. So usually like I'll close out the calls here when IV pops and then the puts here and then I'll buy calls once it's found support. Like at the point where I would and vice versa, obviously, if it moves down then up and then down, like I would like say it consolidates like this. So usually I'll close out the straddle in these ranges and then I'll play it directionally afterwards. Tesla might dump on earnings. Yeah, they haven't been meeting their production goals, so it's possible. That was just such a nice thing to do. It was super cool. FWIW, I full ported into put calls at 50x leverage. Jesus Christ. Sorry for repeating my question. No worries. XRT until they need to settle once is going into threshold list. What will be a decent theta call in XRT? Thanks in advance. I'd be careful with that. XRT has maintained its downtrend for quite some time. They don't appear to be clearing out positions in any meaningful way there. Sometimes you can make money on the IV if you can find something with decent Vega and a lot of theta that you can like get in and out of, especially when they're redeeming a lot, because it'll pump IV pretty significantly. So that's something to consider. But generally XRT is kind of a shit play. So you close the profitable legs first, not the losers. Yeah. Well, when you straddle something, you expect the cost of the hedge, like the premium paid for the hedge, to be the loser, right? Like that's what you're expecting to lose. That's why when you straddle something, you generally need it to move a lot in one direction or the other. Did I miss a O Fortuna Breakflex remix? You did. Thank you, Visceral, for making that for us. It was epic. Looks like a bunch of November in the money puts were sold on CAT around 11:40. If I know how to read shift search. Let me take a look. Probably it's about the right time to start seeing sold puts. Yeah, these look sold. Also, July 15 puts bought. A lot of August 170 calls. You know, it looks like they were being sold earlier and then they may have closed them. So this may have just been like a big arbitrage play. I'm not sure those are going to remain open overnight. If you're relying on me, require more work to view it. They have like a, like you can, they have like a platform that you can like pick and choose data and load it into. I have no idea how to fucking use it, but I know they do. We'd get live options data. Do you typically buy more theta on a straddle? Not for these. These are all 0 DTEs. Look at Jan 2378. Yeah, I have to consider if I want to move in to even more of this or not pretty soon. And it looks like it's hitting that same low from back in Feb. But I'd worry about it falling back into like that normal range at like 750. Prices are still elevated and it's still having weird like volume on it's way higher, right? I'm wondering if like if this moves back to like 750, if the shorts are gonna get out on the ETF. And then we'll start to see some growth. But the forecast for wheat still look bearish, which means that the price should go up. So I'm gonna stay in it, but we'll see how it does. So if I straddle earnings, I buy a lot of theta, frat technician, because I don't want to lose. So weeklies and sometimes like like the IV30 can be very elevated going into earnings and then it can crash, right? So if you buy calls further out like 60, 90 DTE, you avoid the theta crash, but you can still be exposed to the delta movement. So yeah, then I'll buy some decent theta on a straddle. Because I don't want to get crushed out by the short-term change in IV. Well, IV drop off quick after 2 p.m. It could. We'll see. I mean, it'll probably pick up at first and then drop off pretty fast once it moves directionally. What's your consensus on GME late July? Any more learned information? I mean, it still, to me, looks like we're heading for a July run. But not a lot of time for them to build up the amount of obligations I want to see. So we're still waiting to see what happens next week. I mean, obviously days like today are good because it means that they're building up more obligations to the ETFs, especially if we don't see the borrow rate rising. How do you feel about selling 200cc Jan 24s when we're at 190, then buying them back after a month or two and they dump us back down? I did a couple scenarios and it's more profitable. Yeah, it is, because you're selling the theta at the peak. Yeah, you can do that. It's better than just selling in the money calls for like a few weeks out. Or are you talking like a way to completely avoid assignment? Hey, I understood most of that. Thanks, Kirk. No problem, dude. So is XRT go on threshold tomorrow or Friday? Friday. But not even Friday. The day after Friday? It begins Monday morning. It's already on threshold, but it begins the threshold process Monday morning. Yeah, avoid assignment completely. Okay. I mean, yeah, I saw like 20% in the money for like 15 to 30 DTE, depending on the OPEC scenario. That's what I did in March. I just sold like 180s for like 3 weeks out. I think it was. Do you think that was a good time to buy GME shares? I have some money set aside. It's cheap. I mean, 115 is very cheap. This is our like 3 month low almost. April, May, June, yeah. Close. Close to our 3 month low. Except for the tail, like the beginning of April. No, that was the beginning of May. Okay, so it's not. It's like our 2 month low. It's a decent price. We could go lower. We could go back to this like $100 range. So be aware of that. Currently that's where we're heading. That's not financial advice. You asked if it was a good price. I said it was. There's in no way a recommendation to buy Salik. I'm at work and my sisters just got into a fist fight. One of them left the house. What do? I don't know. Sounds like a lot of drama that I don't care about. Stop shilling your covered calls, bro. Don't they still need to purchase shares from June OPEX? Yeah. I can't wait till the holiday season so I can get Gurk demonetized with Feliz Navidad. I heard you've joined Andrew Tate's. What the fuck is that? No. What do you plan on buying to Jimmy calls for a potential OPEX run? When do you plan to buy into Jimmy calls for a potential OPEX run? I might buy some tomorrow. We'll see what happens with the price today. After seeing what happened to Rev and Enjoy stock after filing bankruptcy, I don't think I'll be upset if BBY did the same. Thoughts? Maybe. Yeah, it can cause some volatility. No one's getting 50x leverage in the US. I think he was joking, but you can, yeah, I mean if you have a big enough port and professional finance work, you can get more. You can get portfolio leverage. I have portfolio leverage on IBKR and Tastyworks. Stopped at my 120Ps on the quick run up just a few minutes ago. Set my stops too tight, I guess, but profits are profits. Thanks, dude. I'd like to think I'm learning something after all. Yeah, I mean that run up was a risk, so you did set a little tight. I think I have my stops. I mean they vary, but like on my 120s, I have it set at 10 with a limit at 975. 120 is really liquid, so it's not a super wide limit, but I think it makes sense to enter a volatility play for OPEX. Sorry, before Friday, just in case an overnight move bumps IV. That's kind of what I'm thinking. If I enter anything, it'll probably be something like an IV play. What if I have a small port, no experience in finance, but lots of Dan purience? I don't know if they have Dan margin. I don't even know what that would be. What's the downside risk on CAT right now? Seems a good time to get long dated calls. Yeah, I agree. But there is some. There's some downside risk. I mean, there's just not a lot of it. There's like, actually, this is kind of filled in. This could be a pretty solid floor. Maybe like 165. I've been trying to be patient with buying back in heavily. I have a little bit right now, but I'm kind of waiting to buy more still. I'm trying to at least wait and see how the market's going to react to the Fed. GameStop's lifting up off of the resistance here a little bit. Bar rate dropping on IBKR. That's a good sign. We want to see the bar rate continue to drop until the 8th. And then after the 8th, we want to see it start going up. Ow. Oh, my fucking neck hurts again. Son of a bitch. Do you have an order in for 120 covered calls? No. That's for, that's my limit sell for my puts. I bought back my covered calls last night. End of the day yesterday. Ugh. What kind of pillow do you have? It's just like the one that comes with the chair. Calls on Lenixus deleting his DD. It's possible. Are you hanging onto your puts for the time being on Jimmy, or thinking of getting rid of them? Hang on to your puts. I mean, it depends. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I have puts at 125 and 120. So, we'll see. The 125s are set a little tighter, but right now the trend's pretty bearish. Yeah, it's on Reg Show already. It's just, it hasn't begun the threshold process, Willie. The threshold process starts Monday morning. That's why we're expecting weird shit Friday night. Stop limit, Kenneth. I'll probably widen my stops going into the Fed minutes because I want to open up some volatility room in case like active funds do some weird shit for 15 minutes. Because if the market tanks at these levels, we're going to drop really hard. If you do enter an IV play for the 8th, but nothing happens, you're just going to bail Monday morning, right? Yeah. Or I'll buy an IV play that covers the whole breadth of like July OPEX, right? So that would be the other option, is I'd buy into like Jan 950s or October like 390s, like something like that. What's not something I want to discuss? Can you explain how stock rev gets a 450% borrowing rate? Thanks, I'm dumb and blonde. Oh, Sean Connery, so borrow rate is based on demand. So if there's a high demand to borrow, the rate can shoot up. Here's the problem with the borrow rates that we have visibility over, is their broker side borrow rates. So we can see what brokers are charging retail investors to short a stock, but we can't see what primes are charging funds to short a stock. And those borrow rates are not necessarily the same, right? Like and they're different from different places. So sometimes, like one entity can have a borrow rate that's drastically higher than another. Like IBKR hit 100% in May, and Fidelity only hit like 50. I hate that Fidelity doesn't allow 0 DTEs, even on the SPY. Really? God, yeah, I just don't options trade with them. The only thing the only thing I do on there is like sell covered calls occasionally, but as much as I can avoid trading options on Fidelity, I try to. And what sucks is they have really good fills, like probably as good or better than WeBull, but it's just terrible to trade on. Sometimes you need access to 0 DTEs if you need to hedge something moving into a weekend. I wonder if they're correlated now. I know. Yeah, no problem, Sean Connery. Happy to help. I think we get a weird article to match the possible price action on Friday. CC's 116 for next week. Safe? No. I wouldn't say any cover calls are safe right now. First off, we don't know if it's going to run. Like, if it runs, it could run Friday during the day, right? And if you saw a cover call and we have a run like we experienced on Jan 6, you're going to get fucking assigned. And they need liquidity right now. So they're more than happy to take your shares away. Like, they really need liquidity right now. So selling cover calls is a big, big risk. The other reason is, if they do run it into Friday, you can get assigned on Monday. Even if, the price comes back down, it may not come back down to this level, right? Maybe it comes back down to like 126 and you've sold at 116. Anytime your call is in the money, it can be exercised. Don't forget that. There's a really good opportunity to sell covered calls on the way down from any OPEX run, right? But when we hit the bottoms, it becomes risky. It's very risky during this period. And then when it runs up, there's another opportunity to sell covered calls up here, which is the best opportunity to sell them. What will it take for you to abandon the GME play, trading, or reduce your exposure considerably? Well, I don't think it's going to fall below my cost basis anytime soon. And my cost basis is being drastically driven down now that I'm selling covered calls pretty often. I guess massive reduction in GameStop's implied volatility would make me maybe consider reducing position size because it would make covered calls less profitable. But really, I mean, I'm just in it for the long run. I still think the company is going to be at least moderately successful in its goals. I think in 5 years it can be, more than 200 a share, maybe like 3 pre-split pricing. So, you know, and if e-commerce, and that's just with standard margin growth, if it really starts to become a player in the e-commerce realm, recycled electronics, they reduce their SG&A significantly by closing stores, and they can drive more power up rewards memberships, and they have some success with the NFT marketplace. I could see it going even higher, so I'm fine being invested with it. I think they have low debt, and retail and entertainment tend to do well in recessions. So yeah, I think it's still like a good long-term investment too. So I have no reason, I don't really have any reason to close out. And if I can get my cost basis on my whole position below 0, I would just never close, right? Just hold it forever, buy more occasionally, just keep my cost basis at 0. Like after I get my cost basis below 0, I can just throw 100% of profits from covered calls into more shares and start growing my position, right? For basically free. It's a different kind of infinity pool, but sure. Your call can be exercised even if it's not in the money. It's just started. Yeah, it can be, but that's great, right? Hey man, my name is Dream now. Is this what it feels like to escape poverty? Uh, thank BitHead or Fiscal Stupidity or John Wilkes Booth for hooking you up. Very risky. I learned the hard way in May and June. Yeah. Is this price as good as it gets before July OPEX? It shouldn't be. We should generally drive lower, towards that $100 range. But it could be. This could be the low. Right? This is kind of what we're waiting for in this price range. We've locked up into the upper range of this resistance, right? If we break down through here and fall into this range, then, confidence builds in a test of 100 or close to 100. Right now, a move down to 100 does not look likely. So, we want additional confirmation by trading in this lower range of this resistance band that will move down. Hiccups? Okay. You could DCA max spires. You know, you could buy like 5 shares now, wait, see if we move to 100, if we move back towards 120, you know, buy 5 more, right? And like average it out over time. And you know, you'll get like an average cost of like 117 or something. Or simply wait and see what happens. Like things are moving the way we want to see them, right, Max? But it's like we don't know how much liquidity they have to drive the price to the levels where we know they want it. When do you think everyone else will catch on that MOASS is dead? Not dead, it's just very improbable, right? They've changed most of the rules that would have allowed it to happen. We know in January they will simply dodge margin calls if they can. And, you know, that's just the way the market works, right? Like they're not gonna let something like that happen. Can a squeeze still happen? Yeah, I think a squeeze is possible. Something like January 2021. And who knows with the way liquidity is now, how much price improvement that could cause. It could cause a lot. I still think that's very possible. I just don't think like MOASS to the hundreds of millions is a thing. And it's not like price setting or whatever bullshit they call it. It's just, you know, they will shut this the fuck down if it presents systemic risk. We know that, right? We almost gapped up to 460 that one day and they just fucking halted it. They're not gonna let that happen. The clearing houses aren't gonna let it happen. No one's, the SEC's not gonna let it happen. NYSE's not gonna let it happen. Price anchoring shell. I'm not even setting a price for how high it could go. If it starts to squeeze, shit can get crazy. But they're not gonna let it take down the fucking market structure, right? Is it still taboo to just admit it's dead at this point? We all feel it, right? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's dead. I mean, we still have 100% price increases, right? Volkswagen squeezed with 13% short interest when the float was locked. Gotta lock the float. That's not how that worked. That was an orchestrated squeeze conducted by Porsche, who decided to act like a hedge fund during a market crash. It's way different. It's not the same at all. No one gives a shit if the float's locked. It just creates illiquidity, and it'll force GameStop to release more shares. You're leaving thousands of dollars a month on the table every month if you choose the share lending option. Yeah. Also, when you sell covered calls, because GameStop is hard to borrow, it's very likely akin to DRSing. The OCC takes the collateral from the brokerage, right, which is your 100 shares. You've collateralized the sold call. And so, you know, that liquidity is no longer present to be borrowed against, theoretically. In the same way, right? I mean, like a share removed from the system just means that another share will be lent twice. Enough of this FUD, Mr. Shillpickle Man. Just wait. Once DRS GME shares are declared the official world reserve currency note, I want to become an oligarch thanks to my one shareholding. On a SPY straddle, do you set your trailing stops before the price action or once it starts? I usually just sell with market orders. If I said before, then one might stop out right away. No, yeah, you can. It can get, like, the pricing on the options can get pretty wild, so you definitely don't want to set it in advance.
You want to set it once you're ready to lock in profits on one side of the straddle. I'm ecstatic right now. I've got a shitload of puts, and they've printed hard as fuck. I don't think anybody's sad. I think they're just discussing potential. And yeah, everyone will be stoked again during OPEX and be like, is this MOASS? But, you know, that's the way. What's the difference between large institutional investors versus a bunch of retail investors? I mean, when you want capital, you want large amounts of it at once, right? That's why they do share offerings, to get capital. You need institutional investors. They're the ones who back you. If you don't have backing from guys like BlackRock and Vanguard, you don't make it as a company. Look at companies that don't. Cover call same as DRS. Well, during the duration of the call, sort of. They're not fake shares. There's no such thing as a real share, Aaron. They're not serialized. All shares are real shares. You can also close positions with fake shares. Like, you think lenders are checking when you know, someone short sells 1 million shares and then someone returns 1 million shares? You think they're rifling through the shares like, oh, this one's counterfeit? No, they don't give a fuck. The position's closed. End of story. CNS will deal with the liquidity issues. Even if it did matter that the float is locked, what matters is the VW float was locked by an entity. If Jimmy ever gets locked, it'll be thousands of entities. It's a big difference. Yeah. So by selling CC near the top of a run, removes them from being eligible for the lending pool when shorts need them the most. Yeah. It's very possible that the onslaught of covered call selling has affected the borrow rate greatly. As you know, as well as DRS. DRS affects the borrow rate as well. I'm not going to say it doesn't. That would be untrue. Are you planning to enter 950Cs soon, or what straight calls are you eyeing? I don't know if it'll be 950s. I have to think about it. I haven't really decided if I'm going to buy in for the 8th or not yet. Would it be advantageous to sell deep in the money CCs on a GME run up like to 250? I mean, you make a lot of money if it comes back down in time, right? Like if you don't get exercised and the price drops $75, you know, and like that's where your call is. You've collected premium for this entire price range, right? So you can make a shitload of money. Like I sold 180s when we were trading at like 195 on the March run. So I collected, you know, $15 premium plus, you know, extrinsic value per contract. I think they were like 25 something, but it was a lot. I view it was really high. And then, you know, they were expired 3 weeks later out of the money. And everyone on Twitter was like, Pickle's getting his calls assigned. Look how sad he is. It was fine. US dollar is super strong now. Almost at parity with the euro. Japanese yen weak. I think it's not that the dollar is strong so much, right? It is, but it's mostly that all the other currencies are super weak. So basically not very same at all. Similar effect on the lending pool. I find it hilarious. Some super stockers think they're so brave and changing the markets with their 3 shares. I know. What's up, Vic? How you doing, bro? It's been a while. Just bought a few shares of profit from selling 2 CCs. Nice, man. Thanks for everything. I think they can push us lower, or is this our floor? We don't know yet. Also, doing spot things. Yeah, I'm watching it. I wanted to trade a little more in this range to see what happens with it, but I'm keeping an eye on it. Why don't in the money CCs get assigned? Oh, they can, but if there's a lot of time till expiration, they're less likely to be. Could those shares not be borrowed because of cover calls? Yeah, but it doesn't matter if those shares can be borrowed or not, right? So, like, this is kind of the way DRS and the cover calls both work. If a lender has a share, here's the lender's shares, right? Lender's shares. And they have a little pile of shares over here, right? And say these are all DRS'd. They'll just lend each of the 2 remaining ones 5 times. They don't give a shit. And that's the same way it works with cover calls. So, you know, the borrow rate can ramp up faster, but it doesn't stop lending, right? As long as they have 1 share, they'll keep lending that share over and over and over and over. Yeah, that's where a stock split can cause some issues. That's true. If we're looking for a safer way to get exposure to a potential 7-8 run, would purchasing a weekly tomorrow around close and then selling it open if nothing happens be a decent idea? I mean, you'd have to sell it Monday morning, so you're carrying a weekly through the weekend to gain exposure to something that may or may not happen, right? It's risky. The theta cost will be significant, and if there's any overnight price change that's not beneficial or doesn't move in the direction of your option, then you're kind of fucked. Like, if it moves down $3 overnight, you've just lost a bunch of money. It'd almost be better to just buy some of your position for like July OPEX. And then if it doesn't hit, you know, you just keep buying more next week. And if it does hit, you can sell those and then buy back in the midweek or something like that. Can you please show me the formula to calculate total profits for this end of money calls? Premium plus extrinsic value. Just use like options calculator, code block, or Black-Scholes. I mean, the minimum premium's the delta, right? You're gonna get $1 per dollar over your strike. And then you have to calculate the extrinsic value based on current market conditions and the theta based on the underlying. So you can use like option strat. Option strat should allow you to do that. This is like what I do with favors my friends ask for me. I got $5 and $4.50, 7-8 CSPs for BBBY. What's my chances of being assigned? I want the shares. And it looks like you're pretty good on getting assigned on the $5 ones. The 450s, I don't know. Maybe if it continues to dive this week. It's at 450 now. Your chances of getting assigned trading at 450 are pretty slim. Well, if you're buying shares and then selling CCs on it, that's kind of risky. Right? Like, you're much better off moving into the position with cash secured puts at a low range. Because like if you're just immediately turning around and selling covered calls, like you want to profit, right? You don't want to buy 100 shares of a dropping stock and then sell covered calls on it. Because the loss to your total capital invested is greater than the amount of money that the covered calls are going to generate. Sorry if we talked about this before. If we run hard July 8th after hours, what would that mean? July OPEC's dead? No, it doesn't mean anything. It just means that the thresholding process has begun on XRT, and they have to net off a balance against XRT in order to fit in with the new SEC audits they're subject to. If anything, it's like a big synthetic creation event, kind of, before they move on to the threshold list. So they're just generating a shitload of FTDs before moving on to the threshold list. What's the benefit of it to short hedge funds? I mean, the benefit would be that, like, normally all the ETFs are operating on the same FTD cycle, right? So, say this is like the ETF FTD period, and this is the ETF FTD period. Right? And then by putting XRT, so if XRT is running along with these during this period, and they threshold it, it then offsets the covering of XRT FTDs, right, by 13 days. So instead of XRT being covered with the rest, right, hold on. So XRT will fall off and then cover in the off cycle. Like that. So it offsets it from the rest of the FTD covering by 13 trading days, which is significant, right? So that way we don't get a repeat of like November 3rd. It prevents like something like November 3rd from happening where all the ETF FTDs are settled at once and it causes a massive spike. Because remember, in between OPEXs, they don't want huge volatility, right? They want their short vol, so they want volatility to remain low. So ideally, volatility for them will move from a high range while they short to a low range, right? Where they enter entropies, like, well, then they want a small bounce on FTD covering. They enter the entropy swaps. Then they want to drive IV back down again and cover, right? Then they close the entropy swaps at the top, where IV is high, re-exposing their short IV position. And then they want IV to move back down again. When IV spikes in the middle of this, it hurts their short vol position and like upsets their profits in the downside. This is OPEX. This is FTDs. No problem. You can participate in after hours trading at most brokerages, or at least in the US. Still have like another hour to go, I think. Ooh. Is Cat's next resistance at 1610? Seems like that should be its absolute bottom floor, if it can even reach that. No, 165? C-mill? I assume you meant to write 161. 165 is a pretty... 167.10? There's some resistance at 167.10. There's... Shit. So there's some support at 165 also. So 167 and 160... Yeah, like 165.37 are both historical resistances. They're pretty old though, so they may not have as much relevance now as they once did. Although I think Cat is worth significantly more now than it was, in fucking October of 2020. But it looks like it's stabilizing on this low trend. I mean, it's holding for now. There's a little volatility to the downside, but I don't really think the resistance is broken significantly. Longs have shorts in a position where they have to resort to these tactics to deal with their obligations. Knowing this, we can profit as they use those tactics. Yep. Once the SPY has chosen a direction and you exit the straddle, how much time do you buy for the directional move? Oh, a couple more days usually. Economic data into the end of this week? Not a ton, right? Today's Wednesday. There's employment change tomorrow. Balance of trade's kind of important. Those are both before market open tomorrow. Non-farm payrolls and unemployment rate towards the end of the week. I don't expect either of those to be really bad. So, I mean, I think if it picks a direction, I'll probably stick with it into next week's like CPI data. It may not be very strong to the upside if it does move up, but yeah, this big pump, I don't like this big pump into the minutes. I might sell my long straddle now. If this breaks 382, I probably will. I'm gonna pull my stops on my GME puts briefly. No problem, Ken. Congrats, dude. Or at least set some stops on these SPY calls. Nope, nope. Stop limits. Probably like 75. Limit. Maybe. I do you think it'll pull back hard? It usually does. But don't, like, you think this is a head fake? Price dump on minutes? I mean, if it continues to rise after, I can just buy in, right? I know what the resistance levels are. What are the expectations for minutes? Did you close your GME puts? No. Closed out my 120 July 15 for cool 7K profit this morning. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I think if this holds, oh, already stopped out of my SPY calls. Buy back in at 382. This continues to drop a little. See if I can get them at that price. See, so I like rolled up the straddle, caught a profit on the downturn. You canceled your stops on your GME puts because you think this early run will reverse. Yeah. Well, mostly because I don't want my GME puts to be affected by the short-term volatility presented by the Fed minutes, right? So while after the Fed minutes, there's going to be a bunch of market volatility. And I don't want my GME puts exposed to this. So I canceled my stops so they can just ride out whatever happens. It's not like I think GME is going to like fucking rocket back to like 127 or something. And if it does, I'll have plenty of time to close out. I just don't want it getting stopped out because it bounces around like $1 or $2. Schwab doesn't have options charts. Do you know what brokerage website would be helpful? You can start a WeBull account and just like not put any money into it and get access to options charts. IBKR has them. I know Schwab doesn't. TradingView might. I'm not sure. Or not TradingView. TDA might, but I'm not sure. You'd have to ask someone else. Also, why are they slightly different? That's a good question. I think you're seeing like spread occur. As the one standard deviation's a little slower. But I'm not really sure how it's programmed on their back end, so I could be wrong. Did you say that with IBKR you can have automatic stops set about entry into options plays? Yeah, there's a way to do it where you buy in with a stop set. You can also just set the stop immediately after buying in. TDA does? Oh, okay. They don't? Oh, Thinkorswim does. Well, that's what I meant. Does Robinhood have individual charts for options? Their charts suck dick, though. You can't see, like, there's no granular data on them whatsoever. The stops are trash. I'm not a big fan of their stop limit system. So you guys see how I'm positioning this? I got stopped out of my long calls because they were up and I put a stop in place. But I repositioned my 381, which was down here, call to 382, which is the next out of the money resistance. And then I averaged down my 380 puts. So these got stopped. So then I replaced 4 contracts at 382 and added another contract at 380 because these are cheap right now, right? So I'm getting that additional leverage to the downside while also averaging down the put side of the straddle. So when you're entering a straddle on like events like this that are going to probably have like a large directional movement afterwards, there's usually a lot of opportunity to get in low and high as it enters because it consolidates, right? And so you can position your puts at the high point and your calls at the lows, and you can get really beneficial fills. In your opinion, which broker app, desktop, and or mobile? I mean, I have IBKR like hotkeyed. So I just select the contract and then I can do everything with just hotkeys. WeBull, I think you can do the same. I just don't have it set up on this one. I have it set up on my other WeBull account. WeBull's pretty fast. IBKR is pretty fast for executing orders. Tastyworks is good. I don't know about TDA. Again, I don't use it. Robinhood for buying and selling is fast as shit, but it's a pile of garbage. Do you use Gamma to help you pick your strikes? Not really. Is it best to just hold the straddle until the volatility comes in? Yeah. I mean, I don't think I've really spent any money here. I took like 300 in profits and then bought back in for 400. So the cost of my call side position is dropped. Almost relative to the cost of my put side position. So if anything, I reduced exposure, like capital exposure, by stopping out of those 181s. How do I, a poor, make bank on XRT? You don't? You could like buy long dated puts and hope they continue to short the fuck out of it for the foreseeable future. But yeah, you don't. XRT is a shit play. How likely is an after hours run on the 8th? 50%? We don't know. There's no likelihood. It's just, will this action repeat itself or not? We saw a very real response to XRT's thresholding the last time it was placed, or its thresholding began. We're trying to see if we see that again. Yeah, I mean, it either runs or it doesn't. That's true. Yeah, so it is technically 50%. But I mean, that's everything, right? Everything's 50%. Either you're right or you're wrong. Confidence in playing it should be low, though. Like, it's an event we've seen occur once. I don't think those are bad for covering SLD later this month. What's UVXY trading at right now? $14? Yeah, I don't think that's bad for SLD for the latter half of the month. But if the market rallies off of Fed minutes today, or unemployment into the latter half of the week, you know, these will be much, much cheaper in a couple days' time. Remember, SLD's not till the 20th, so. Wait, when XRT thresholding occurring? It occurs on the... Well, it begins Monday morning. Turd. Oh, perfect. Just after my calls expire. Oh, you son of a bitch. Dude, we knew the date for XRT thresholding. We talked about it in the quant meeting after the 17th of June. After it got put back on threshold. I think before you bought your fucking calls. You son of a bitch. I'm not gonna say it this time. I really want to, but I'm not gonna. I have a bullish chart, good sir. How bullish? Which quant wasn't paying attention? Turd. Long term? Yeah. I figured. Looking good for July long term, dork? Just DM it to me. Oh, you already did. Perfect. Oh. Well, I didn't know you meant it like that. Is that greater than one standard deviation? Hold up. I see you've fallen in love with the 28 time frame. Is this a members only stream? What happened? No, the pigeon whales decided to grant the poors a day in the sun. Ooh, intraday update. Thank you, JFresh. Immediate put slam in the morning and call capitulation. Calls getting wrecked all day. Puts took profits at the bottom or repositioning for more drilling. Get wrecked longs. Since you still haven't looked, here's an update on the update. Puts coming back up, looks like. It's hard for me to tell, but it looks like puts are climbing back up as of like 12:15. It looks like dog shit. It works well. Yeah, it's well because you're tracking vol, right? And then that's like a better time frame for options. The 19th is T plus 2 from open, also T plus 2 plus 28 from June OPEX, and also the day before SLD. Think of the stress on the short positions. I know, I'm excited. Share with class. I don't know if you guys would understand what I'm showing you. I don't know how well I could explain it either. How long do you spend on PS each day? What's PS? I don't know what that means. Gut feeling on minutes, VUPs, or ouchie down downs? I have no fucking clue, dude. Photoshop? Oh, I don't spend it. I don't even know how to use Photoshop. Make your predictions for Jimmy and Spy before end of day if you are forced to bet. I would say Fed minutes come in neutral as expected. The market sees it as bullish, rallies to the 385 range, maybe 386. GameStop doesn't track as well. Probably closing out the day like near gamma neutral, maybe sub like 118, 117. Tomorrow, down like a rock. Long-time listener, long-time member, long-time commenter. Quick question: do puts cost in like shares? Ah, come on, BMG. You're better than that. Thoughts on Nokia and their future? They're okay. I mean, they made some money on the 5G shit. I don't know. They have a lot of cash. I think they were doing a share buyback last I paid attention. I'm not a big fan. Their stock is mostly traded by high frequency traders and just spends its day flatlined at various resistances within a dollar range. Not puts, poots. Do you really believe what? I'm not going to answer the question. It's a stupid question. It's maybe the stupidest question that's ever been asked on this channel. And I think it was asked seriously. If there's any hint of increasing QT or the potential to extend Fed rate hikes out longer, or the potential to increase Fed rate hikes, like a consideration for 1.25 moving into the next meeting, the market's going to fucking drop like a rock. Is there anything remotely bearish or hawkish? Bad news. Does IBK or Enter WeBull offer macros to be programmed for super fast options buy-ins? You can program macros. Just remember, it's really hard to get them to fill on limit orders. Cool hat. What's VWAP? Thank you, Silence of the Dans. VWAP is the balance in the market. She is glorious. What does hawkish mean? Take more control? It's like when a policymaker believes that monetary policies should maintain high interest rates to curb inflation. They're not concerned with economic growth, but with supporting an economy operating below full employment equilibrium. So it means that they're taking a stance where they view inflation as top priority and high interest rates as a check for inflation. I've already mentioned Contango, Dork, and DDs in the past. I think. I've definitely mentioned it in, like, regards to futures. If SPY rips, is Bobby going with it? Nope. Not a lot, anyway. So today, they will be Fregish. VWAP-opotamus? What about him? He's in here somewhere. Do you think they'll see the SPY greater than 408 or less than 355 by August 19th? Asking for a straddle. Wow. Yeah, you're really way out there with those numbers. No. If I had to put money on one, I'd say 355 by August 19th, but that doesn't seem like a lot of time. The puts in Brazil cost same like shares on NYSE. They cost the same as puts on NYSE. You have leaps, they're in the money, you have half a year of theta left. Would you keep them? At which point are calls the most profitable? Thanks. I mean, you're burning theta. 60 days and 30 days to expiration, the rate increases. So, you know, if you have January leaps by October, November, you want to, if they're in the money, you'd probably want to look to either roll your position or sell or exercise. Is Jimmy halted? No, it's just not interesting right now. Looks like we're getting some sweet, sweet internalization going on. Fucking stock's just like not trading at all. Uh, That's disgusting fiscal stupidity. You can't split your DRS shares between two people. Can you riddle me a quick answer? Does VUP mean guh or re? Re. Hard re. Insane volume spike on BBBY. Cool. And yet, that's 1 million shares. Should just be a big fat hedge. Ooh. Someone doing big buys? So someone on the OTC bought 987,000 shares at 335.22. That's intense. What's up, RC? That's not a fucking, that's not a options hedge. I need an ice cream sandwich. I'm getting hot. Bullish expectations on the Fed. Bobby, $80 calls buy. Is this an entropy hedge? Probably not. That would be like $80 puts sold. Can you do look at Omer? I'm not that good at TA. I'm trying to find a good place to short it. I was going to do it today, held off, and noticed it jumped 18%. So it would have been down. Help. Is it Omer? OEM? OMER? Hmm. I wouldn't fucking short this thing at all. What do they do? This looks bullish as fuck, dude. Like it looks like it's going back to $6. It's like biotech or biopharmaceutical. I mean, so it'll probably go back down at some point, but right now it looks really good. I'd wait. Yeah, this is like a bull run. You don't want to short into this shit. Volume's declining a little bit, so it may level off in this range. If it starts to and you get some sideways consolidation, maybe that would be an opportunity, but yeah, I wouldn't go short on that right now. So short at 6? Well, it's bio. I don't know shit about the company. You need to do a lot of research for those stocks. Thanks, Ryan. Why does Bobby have more volume than GME with a smaller float? It has a bigger free float. Well, it has more shares outstanding. Barely, but still more. If the news from the minutes is bullish, is it best to sell your put side of the straddle immediately or best to wait a bit? No, I just don't like the point is you don't give a shit what happens to the put side of the straddle. No, just minutes, no speech, which is weird, but yeah. No, I don't have a great view. It's like okay. It's not as bad as my last apartment. Like just out in front of my window was just a brick wall that was higher than where my apartment was. So I got to look at that brick wall for 2 years while I was locked up during the pandemic. It was great. Ice cream Sammy and you make me a coffee. That doesn't seem like a terrible deal. Don't you miss Trump years of infinite money creation? No. all the same. Market up, market down, make money. I made more money since Biden's been president than I did when Trump was president. My friend's New York City apartment window looked into a pit made up of the surrounding buildings. Yeah, that's kind of like what mine was. Wouldn't Playboy be a good play if OnlyFans IPOs, since they would have to go G-rated to get backers? Would they? If you think people aren't going to invest in a publicly traded porn company, you're wrong. I made good money on the GME sneeze, but it wasn't the most money I made last year. I made way more money on the Feb March period of GameStop. There's literally ETFs that people call SYN ETFs. Do people not get this? You mean synth? Synthetic ETFs? That's not really a concern for GME. We're not traded in any of those, right? Supposedly. What happened to GME if somebody placed an OTC order for 1 million shares? It would rocket up pretty hard. Maybe hit like 120, 126 or so quickly. The spy chart was more interesting. It really was. If the July 8th after hours theory pans out, would you expect to dive below 100 on the 11th? Yeah, I'd expect an additional push into the week preceding OPEX to the downside. Oh, as in stocks that are unethical? Although I will say this membership power has got me thinking maybe it's time for Pigeon Whale status and join the Pigeon Whale Daves. You could. That is an option. You don't need to, but you could. Why are the chances that we tank after the Fed minutes, Friday after hours, and July OPEX possible? Like all three? What stock is ethical? I mean, participation in the system is unethical by nature. So it depends on how broad of a view you want to take. Nebraska made my name green, but my port is still red today. What's up? I don't think that's how that works. Dave of the Pigeon Wheel Days. Membership is always open. Just what I need. The Dans and the Daves fighting it out. AMD tapping 75 again. Yeah, it had a nice bounce today. Climbed up a little bit. It's almost back to even. Cap pulled itself out of the shit a little bit too. EPAM is just treating me great. I'm too much of a wimp to do it, but I think Spy 387 0 DTEs will print hard as fuck. Well, I hope so. I have 382s, so. I bought some $5 August calls after that buy order. Good for Jay Fresh, but what about the stock? Are the Dans a thing anymore? Didn't think their leader, Dr. Dank, leave. He wasn't their leader. Their leader has and will always be Daniel Taylor Hamwich. Wendy's shill. He is the original Dan, who found the other Dans, lost in the wild, and brought them together. Yeah, there was a big buy order on BBBY. Like 900,000 shares. Tootsie Roll call chain starting to open up. 10-hole put contracts on 715. I want the Fed minutes to be bearish. I don't care. Did you buy more puts on Tesla, Carl? Where is Elder Dan Taylor? He's around. I knew he was busy for a little while because of some like personal shit, but he's still around. Is Plug a trash stock? Sounds like one. I'll take a look at it. You know, I'd have more faith in this company if they sold butt plugs than I do in their current field of building turnkey hydrogen fuel cell charging stations. Well, it looks like they're starting to find some support in this range. I mean, if you're real long on it, yeah, maybe. Waste Management's an amazing stock. It's not trash. It's a trash stock, but it's a good one. Kind of diluted, though. You be a little bitch, Jimmy. You're gonna climb back up. Prick. Since you roll July 15, 50C safe, probably not. Let's see how fast I can ride this wave. Doing the manual straddle. Plug is trash. I don't know anything about the company. Watch it just trade sideways. That would be phenomenal. Ooh. Big fucking buy order on Baba, too. Is that a straddle? I think people are just straddling shit everywhere. What time was that? 13:53? Yeah, 446,000 from Chicago. Interesting. $13.56. What else is getting big fats? Fucking. Someone thinks something's about to run. Hmm. $200,000. Too early. Tech? Like over leveraged tech companies? Interesting. But why BBBY? Quick, someone come for me. You're my only hope. $656K on AMD. Same time though. Little later. I don't think these are like straddles. I think they're buys. GME didn't get one. Minutes are out. Ooh. No, this is just people pulling out of positions. This isn't directional yet. I frequently wonder if I should just play the VIX on these. It's gonna choose down. Oh, thank you, Trash. Blah, 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 blah. Raise their policy rates. Staff review the economic situation. CPI report. Have the release of the report market expectations reflected a broad consensus that there would be 50 basis point rate increases at both June and July. After the release of the higher than expected inflation data, policy sensitive rates pointed to a considerable probability of 75 basis points at both. The market implied path of the federal funds rate moved higher at long horizons as well. Market participants noted elevated uncertainty about economic and monetary policy outlook across the yield curve. Rates on nominal treasuries. Okay. Treasury securities. They also remarked that the pace of the rate increase and the extent of future policy tightening would depend on the incoming data. Bringing inflation back to the 2% mark. Committee policy action. Oh shit. Target range of 1.5 to 1.75%. Conduct overnight repurchase operations with a minimum bid rate of 1.75. Reinvest in MBS. Allow market deviations from stated amounts. That's an increase, right? No, that's still 0.575, right? So yeah, they're not. It doesn't look like they're easing up on expectations. Target, yeah, it's within target rate, not a raise. But it doesn't. I mean, I don't see any. CNBC was positing a pullback proceeding forward. And it doesn't look like they intend to do that at all. It sounds like they plan to keep the rate increase for June and July, and we'll make changes as information comes in. System voted unanimously to approve 0.34 percentage increase and primary credit rate to 1.75, effective June 16th. And it's not outside of expectations, so it could be a positive. Yeah, I see it as along with expectations too. Doesn't sound good for my puts. It might not be, but I mean, you have plenty of time to exit. I'm seeing how hard the GME is going to track with the market here. No, GME's moving up a little bit. Not a lot, though. This is why I pulled my stops back, right? Because it's like up $1, but I don't think I give a shit. Yeah, there's positive pressure on the FTD clearing. Not as many FTDs as there were yesterday, though. GME is ripping. That's called ripping. Starting to fail. SPY volume's weakening. Yeah, not that dramatic this time. Bull trap? It's always like a bull trap after these. Everything's a trap right now. Still 2 hours left for the market to have fun with us. Yeah. Good re-entry for puts on GME. If you're targeting like 115, you kind of missed it, but sure. It's not the worst. Does your landlord know you have serial killer freezers in your living room? I think they're aware. They've been in here before. They're not serial killer freezers. They're just large industrial freezers. At which point do they get more liquidity to short us harder? Unshrink your... Do you have a supply room? No? No, they're just full of ice cream sandwiches. Are you bullish or bearish about the FOMC news? I would say it's pretty fucking neutral and boring. But if I can exit my puts right around break even here, then I'm up $600, which isn't terrible. It's $600 on a $500 investment. I would like it to drop a little more. Oh, you bitch. There we go. This fucking bullishness out of here. Fuck off, bulls. Industrial sized freezer full of ice cream Sammys. Living the dream, my man. Trying to, turd. Day by day. Vic's gonna give it to you. No, the Vix is dog shit too. This isn't nearly as much fun as the last one. I can't pick a side. What if there just isn't one? What if all this happens and we just end up here? Right the fuck back where we were. Volume's already decreasing. It's leaning bearish. That's exactly how it'll play out. Just a whole day of fucking chop to end up right where we opened. I can't believe I got back out of bed for this. I know. Give it a minute. This is all still just repositioning, right? Okay, you know what? That's it. We need a Vic's gonna give it to you soundtrack. FOMC minutes, same like crime? No. Far more boring. Legal. Organize the memers. We need this. This is a descending Head and Shoulders with trailing volume. It's gonna die. This is so much less fun than the last one. Look at this. This is garbage. Like all this to just trade at VWAP. Lame. There we go. Just wait till JPAT takes the stage. He's not speaking today. I mean, it doesn't look like we're getting a market rally here. So yeah, we might be on track for more ouchie down downs. We'll try hard market. I mean, it just ran face first into resistance, and it looks like it's failing, right? Can I just show you guys this? Yeah. Got all jacked up with nowhere to go. They missed a great opportunity to short Jamie when the SPY dropped. Do you think they were waiting for direction before pushing Jamie lower? Probably, because if active funds are pushing GME up, then they need to like internalize, right? Is it possible we could run a day earlier? I don't see why we would. But yeah, I guess so. Bear flag on GME. Yeah, sure. Descending wedge. Descending triangle? It's like, I don't know. This is kind of shit to try to do anything with, but opposite of bullish. The SPY doesn't look very good either. If it gets rejected off VWAP here, it's going to be bad. Buy volume's still kind of high, but it's also dwindling. If I had to say anything, I would say there was a lot of bulls and they're unable to gain any ground. Thanks, boring. Can you confirm my bias is harder? Which one? Cal looking way better than the indexes. Yeah. Ooh. Some value stock interest picking up. I like to see that. Where the fuck is Apple? Oh. What's the going theory as to why Junopex is flat, and what's the possible run associated with XRT threshold? I'm out of the loop. Oh, I'll write a DD about it probably this weekend, but we expect that the June OPEX was, well, I guess you could say flat. We didn't experience a run to Gamma Max because they deferred out the obligations under FINRA due to a holiday for 28 days, which we think also happened in February, but we're still waiting on more confirmation of that. So basically we're waiting on an increase in the borrow rate moving into next week, and we're waiting to see what happens when XRT begins the threshold process next Monday morning, so Friday after hours. Much like January 6th, Fody. Fed Minutes said GME go Burr. Please tell me that the Fed Minutes said GME go Burr. No. The Fed Minutes said things same like shit. Shit now. Shit next month. Same shit, not worse shit next month, but same shit. I should be the head of the Fed. My speeches would be the best. You got it, man. Well, the last time they did that, the FOMO the following morning was insane too, right? On Jan 6th. And then they just crushed all the fucking calls with their unlocked ETF liquidity. So Jan 6th, we closed and we fucking ran up to 172. We dropped to like 140. Market opened and everyone went full bull into calls. And then they fucking just dropped the stock like a rock. So your bar rate has dropped a bit today, hasn't it? A little bit, yeah. How much money would you print as the Fed head? Probably not a lot. It's Friday after hours. So XRT begins thresholding on Monday. I don't know. What thresholding? It is the process of removing FTDs from an asset. So FTDs will settle out every day for 13 days prior to the beginning of the thresholding process on a day-by-day basis. So the first day of thresholding, first day of FTDs, settled out on the first day, second, settled out, third, settled out, so on. But they can still rack up FTDs during that period, right? So, you know, as long as they're creating FTDs every day, then it can just stay on threshold for a ridiculous period of time. Years. Next Wednesday, 7/13 is the start of the SLD deposits, correct? No, I believe it's the 20th. It's the third Wednesday of the month. I didn't understand that at all. Can you start the stream over? Conservatively speaking, how many cans of beans have you eaten in the last fiscal quarter? Maybe like 1, 2, maybe 2 cans of beans. I don't know. How are we defining beans? I don't eat a lot of just straight up beans. But I eat things that are made from beans. Like I had some hummus. Ew, gross. Are we doing bullish things? Interesting. Or is this just the bulls dying? Where are you going, bulls? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out if this is like the last breath of the dying bulls. Or the bulls have won. I smelled death. Make a trend, dang it. I mean, it might be, right? It might be making this trend. Breaking out of that trend. Well, goodbye, puts. It's just active fund pressure. Fucking indecisive. I still think it's just gonna chop in this range, though. Man, that 383 upside is strong as fuck. You talk about 950Cs as a volatility play, but what about 1Ps as a downside volatility play? If there's a repeat of Jan 7, does it work the same way? Not really. They don't have any Vega. That's why they're used to hedge volatility contracts. Did you discuss the massive green candle on Bobby? I did. It looks like somebody bought about 1 million shares. No, Mr. Poopy Pants. When we had 1.6 GME after hours run, was that for the start of threshold on 1.7? Yes. Can't go per or just following the market? Looks like it's following the Dow. The Dow's performing much better than the SPY right now. Which means with forward rate increases, people are wanting to, money's flowing into bigger value stocks, manufacturers, things like that. Calls. Grab a couple of 175s. Here's my daily donation to our cult leader. Miss GME puts, but got a pretty penny on scalping the SPY. See you tomorrow. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Third straight day of 25% profits when I could have had 100% each time. That's compounding, though. Win food stamps. Compounding. If they rolled their BBY puts yet, are still expiring on the 15th. Oh, did I buy the wrong calls? I did. Shit. That's awkward. Yep, definitely meant to buy those. Oh well. Did I buy the wrong calls over here too? Ah, okay. Fucking bullshit, WeBull. I don't want to play the upside on the Dow. Dow's fucking rocketing. Oh, this is gonna be great for my port. $314. Hmm. What did I say earlier? 386? 385. I should exit these before they go red, because that's for the wrong date. Ooh. That might be the peak. I thought it would hit 385. It may stabilize, though. Even if OPEX happens, I'll wait for a better cost basis. Fair enough. If 385 calls are saying it'll hit. I don't know. Still just barely breaking. Maybe. Mm, 385.39 is the next upside resistance that I'm looking at. But I don't know if it has enough volume to break up. Volume's still really low today. Even on this buy pressure, volume's really low. It's trying to break this resistance. Jimmy is, yeah, I mean, they might be internalizing. Recession canceled? No. Cup and handle on Omer? No. Maybe. Well, could be. I mean, that you'll have to wait for a test at 6. When day trading SPY, how far out do you purchase calls, puts, weeklies? Yeah, usually like a few days. When I'm day trading it, I buy like a few days of theta. like the next expiration. That way you don't get theta decay while you're in the position. What happened to the GME 120 resistance? We broke down through it today. Which is what we've been waiting on for like 4 days. It shouldn't come as a shock. Recession was already priced in, boys. Time to pack it up. Recession definitely not priced in. Confidence is being priced in a little bit now that, you know, the intentions for July are known, but I don't know how much that's actually worth. It's causing a little bit of flow into value stocks. Like we saw the Dow move a lot harder than the SPY, right? Ouchie downs tomorrow. Very possible, yeah. So, you know, something like this, what we're seeing, for those that don't understand, is, you know, the Fed minutes are telling us that the Fed intends to hold a rate between 0.75 and 1.0 BPS, right? Moving forward for June and into the July meeting, right? And so the way the market will see this, you know, is the rate of increase in the Fed rate is going to maintain through the next 2 months, which means that, you know, value stocks, low debt, stable PE are going to present more opportunity in the short term than things, you know, like tech or more speculative things. GameStop would probably be included in something more speculative. So, you know, I kind of talked about this in Billionaires with a macro analysis this week. You know, they're looking for these like long-term blue chip growth stocks that are nice and stable and can resist downturns in the economy. Lots of cash on hand. And that's why we saw the Dow move up so hard versus, you know, the SPY's upward move. Is, you know, ultimately this lets everyone know what's going to happen for the next couple months. But in knowing that, you know, people are going to likely choose value investments over growth, right? Also, you know, many manufacturers have already been hit pretty hard by the first leg of what is kind of a non-standard bullwhip, right? And we'll see that, you know, travel out all the way to the consumer. But right now, you know, manufacturers, especially with commodities prices dropping, can possibly stabilize unless they overbought during peak commodity pricing. So if they waited it out and now they're investing into commodities, they'll be much better off than companies that bought into the commodity run up. Effectively sold my puts at the peak. I finally think I'm getting the hang of this. Nice. GME is value now. Is it? It isn't. Just because it's in a value index doesn't mean it's value. It may see a little bit of a bump because of being in the value index. But it's only on like 3 ETFs. The effect is negligible. So you sold puts at the peak or call? I sold the calls at the peak. I sold the puts after it chopped a bunch. But I sold calls twice. I sold calls and I repositioned. I sold calls again. $385, you're stock god. It can still break it. There's the pressure is diminishing, right? But it can still push through. See, it's really trying. If it breaks out, it could move. 385.39 is where we want to see the break at. Yeah. If it breaks, I don't know if the rally will extend as high as the last one. I don't know if it'll hit the 390s. And the rally may not last through tomorrow. So, I would say 386.70 or 386.90. 387 would be the high range if it successfully breaks out. But if you look at the volume traded, right? Most of the volume traded right now is still below the resistance here, right? So we're not trading a lot of volume over the resistance, and so rejection is definitely possible. Volume is picking up a little bit this hour, but still, like look at yesterday's rally, right? From the low. Like the volume on this rally was much higher overall than the volume on this rally. This is weaker. So we're seeing volume not only intraday, but across like a 3-day trend, it's diminishing, right? And diminishing volume into a test is not a good sign. With the market up and GME reaching our expected PT low, 114, 116-ish, do you think that tomorrow is opportune for calls or continue down due to lowering borrow rate? I'm skeptical of your after hours run on Friday. I'm skeptical of the after hours run on Friday too. It may happen, it may not. But I think no matter what happens when XRT begins the thresholding process, that will unlock liquidity in XRT and allow them to continue shorting now under the SEC's purview as far as their daily or quarterly audits go. So, well, daily audit. So moving into July, you know, well, through next week, they'll have a lot of ETF liquidity, I suspect, in order to short GameStop. Sorry. Spy calls are the win. 3,500 today for my options again. Trying to do a stream card. Can you give me either a smoldering seductive look or just a good wink? Maybe a handy behind the Wendy's dumpster. Riku. How long am I supposed to hold it for? You know, maybe like that. That should trash can definitely clipped that shit. So I got what I'm looking for. No more theta. I never stood your lines on the screen and had a hard time wrapping my head around the why and what their purpose was every day. Watching truly is a unique learning experience. Best non-financial advice. Thanks, Mike's Pickle. I'm also making a stream card. Can you do more winks and maybe a little bit of a lip bite? I feel like I've done enough for today. And after hours won't be likely to also just come back down in after hours. Yeah. But it would spike Ivy really hard going into the next morning. Wait, the lines mean something? Yeah. Picking up any GME puts now? Maybe. To hold for a day? I don't know if it's worth it. I don't want to hold any puts into Friday, so I might not. You're the worst OnlyFans financial advisor I'm subscribed to, Girk. Disappointing. Fair enough. Let's all take picklebacks. Jan 6, what would be the advantage of running after hours? Isn't it bad for them to buy in low liquidity when halts don't happen? I think they need to rebalance something before the audit. I'm just not sure what. Remember, when they switched to the threshold process, they're no longer being audited by S&P. So they're no longer being audited by Standard & Poor. Their audit switches to an SEC like default audit for threshold securities. And that audit doesn't seem to have the same restrictions on it that the S&P audit has. So liquidity kind of dries up on XRT into the period where the thresholding process begins, and then liquidity on XRT explodes, right? And they're able to short GameStop quite hard. So I do expect more downs after Friday, and I think there's something they need to rebalance, but I'm not sure what yet. So that's what I'm looking for, and we'll know, we'll have a better idea after Friday. There's a missing like piece of the puzzle there that I still need to figure out. It seems insignificant, but I think it's really important. And it tells us something about when they need XRT on and off reg show. Because, you know, the rebalance, we know the rebalancing is important, right? But they must have known that they were, I mean, they knew they were going to take advantage of the FINRA deferral for June. And so they used that opportunity where they knew they didn't have to cover to clear FTD off threshold or XRT off threshold, and then immediately put it back on with the futures expiry. So why, right? And that's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out why it's so important to cycle XRT like that. I mean, some of it makes sense, but there's more to it than just that. And I think there may be a way for us to read, possibly there may be a way for us to figure out how much XRT volume is directly related to GameStop based on what they rebalance going into Monday at market open. You have great foresight and info into the movements. Problem is I'm too dumb to listen. Took an L today. I'm sorry, dude. Gonna head to Wendy's to make some money back. This is the way. If no run in July, do you think the cycles are over? No, because we know there's obligations built up already. So the question is really how many. Oh. Baba chasing, thinking 120 calls. It looks good. Resistance is at like 123. I mean, the problem with Baba is if you don't have enough time, it can fucking fall really hard overnight. like $5-10 move down overnight. It's risky. So be aware of that. Especially when entering a position just above resistance like this. Because it can fall back down through resistance and you're really fucked. I think there'll be more GME shorting tomorrow. Or just chop until Friday. They might short it more tomorrow. I don't know if it's shorting I really need to have exposure to. I made plenty today on puts. It DM'd you some very advanced God tier TA. Okay, those are just 3 arrows pointing up. Hmm. That's bullish as fuck, dork. I love it. Looks like we still got a little more shorting to go, though, huh? And they fucking really tried to push at the end of April. It looks like they're pushing just as hard now, but with half the effects. Sleep Tech and Value, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, dude. I appreciate it. You got it. See you later, 8Ra. Chisler shows 20k contracts of AMD November 60 bought. Finally, some bullish action on AMG coming? Maybe. AMD kind of runs in similar cycles to GameStop, though. So does Tesla. Be careful with that, because it may be a couple weeks. It also has like a lot of earnings volatility. For Cat, does this show it's starting to move back up, or just reacting to the SPY? I think mostly reacting to the SPY. I think Cat can continue to stagnate through probably through next week. Like, it's found a range. It's kind of found a floor. It may trade in this range for a little while before moving up higher. Remember, the ex-dividend date's on the 19th. So I would expect a move prior to that, or a start of a move prior to that, but it could take a little while to play out. So make sure you have plenty of theta. How come you didn't play the Cornishon song 200 times yesterday and 150 times today? I'm playing it 50 times at a time. Just all the tracks are just perfectly synced. Are my AMD $95 Jan 2023 calls dead? No, not necessarily. When the fuck did you get those? Did you buy them before it ran back to like 112 and then not sell them? SLD due on the 3rd Friday of this month, July 15th? No, July 20th. Which is technically right after OPEX, sort of. Yeah, Baba looks like it's starting to fail. Spy done. Fuck, man. That's creepy. Legend has it there's a 20k sub jingle that will only ever be played once. Is there? If there is, I'm unaware of it. Do you think GME will finish below 120 end of week? Yeah. How do you typically trade SLD? Well, usually it spikes the VIX. You think about playing 950s for the 8th? Vega value's nice. Maybe. Yeah. And then if they don't print on the 8th, I'll just fucking hold them through OPEX. But I'm still undecided on that. I'll make a decision tomorrow. So usually the VIX spikes, so I roll my VIX hedge. I sell off my VIX hedge. Part of it. And then I usually buy like SQQQ and puts on the SPY. And SPX. Thanks, Starscream. You're the best too. Have you noticed that BBY Jan ADCs have gone from 40k open interest to almost 50k open interest over the last week? Yeah. In theory, short hedge funds could have covered Q2 obligations early in May when the price ran from 80 to 150, and they could have all of July through September to cover for Q3. I hope not, but maybe October seems to be the safe expiry. I think they just covered May obligations in May. Remember, we didn't break Gamma Max in May, which is important. They didn't enter the entropy swap until after the May OPEX run was ending. So that entropy swap's only good for a quarter, which leaves them with July and August to cover OPEX obligations with an entropy swap in place. As far as I know, the OI is still on the chain for those. So I take it the minutes were good. No, just neutral. Within expectations, almost exactly. There was no real significant bullish change. No problem. What determines if you think the price will go up or down after CNS closes? Number of net long versus net short FTDs. Generally, if we climb into the CNS close, it has like a negative effect. Some days it's easier to tell, like when we have ETF FTDs. And they're like, these are like basically entirely net short, right? Which means they need to buy. So it causes the price to climb. So when that ends, it usually stagnates or falls. when it's like FTDs, it's kind of can go either way, honestly. There's also the question of, are they trying to like suppress the price within a range while they cover FTDs? Are they covering FTDs like, you know, early in the morning and then later in the afternoon? The volume from the days that FTDs are created seems to make a difference in the volume of GameStop trades throughout days where nothing else is going on except FTDs. Which makes sense, right? You making stacks trash? Fuck yeah. If Code announces a double down into BBBY, I will gift 100 subs. I mean, I hope he does. That'd be dope. Wouldn't Twitch Elden Ring finale markets games with better graphics, cooking stream? This is part of a well-balanced streaming diet. I don't know. I just haven't want. I don't want to play fucking Elden Ring. That game sucks. I don't have enough free time to play shit like that. Open up a Tesla day trading thread. Oh, awesome. That's gonna lose the rest of the members that are left. You were wrong. I have enough like real things. I don't need to get good. I just have enough real shit to do in life without spending time building up a fake character in an imaginary world. But that's life, bro. I just saw a post on Twitch which shows a poster which shows how often Jamie's float gets traded in relation to other stocks like Apple or Microsoft. Can you explain why Jamie's float gets traded so much more often? It's massively smaller. It's like 62 million versus companies that have billions in float size. It has a lot more options interest and it's far more illiquid. It has constant volatility events. I mean, that cause extreme amounts of hedging. Another 500k block bought at 450 for BBBY. Interesting. Yeah, I just don't have like time to put like 200 hours into a game. And that's the kind of game Elden Ring is. So I think you're making the bots feel bad. You are a fake character. None of this is real. Just Zeppy? That's not my name. So you got 115p for July 15. Sell now or hold overnight. Hmm. That's a tough choice. I don't know. If I had 115s, when did you buy it? Are you underwater? Or did you buy it like 117? Don't use logic, just confirm bias. Sorry. Giancarlo. Underwater? 115, huh? It's tough. We could get really fucking choppy at these prices. Yeah, you might be okay. What are your thoughts on Cat right now? I feel like it's been a good buy the last 2 weeks, so it keeps going lower. I bought some a little earlier. A little more. I'm just like DCAing in. It's really cheap right now, I think. Unless the market crashes, which I don't think it's going to do, given, you know, I mean, CPI would have to come in really, really fucking bad, prompting another rate increase. Giuseppe for mod. Thanks, Silence of the Dens. Off exchange running about 14% higher than average for BBBY today. I'd imagine GameStop's off exchange is pretty high today too. Except none of my data came in, so. Between those two block purchases today and Bobby, doesn't that mean a couple percent of the total available shares were scooped up today? Yeah, between those two, it's like 1.5 million shares, which is what percentage of the float, or shares outstanding. Can't be right. It's like 0.01%. No. 1.8%, right? Yeah, 1.8%. Almost 2%. It's 80 million. Their shares outstanding is 80 million. Flat. They announced it at the previous shareholders meeting, or the earnings. If RC announced a buy Friday, I would have such a fun weekend. Let's see. If he started buying on the... If he started buying last Friday, he would have 10 days. Because he hasn't filed a Form 3. What was last Friday? It was the 29th, right? So he would have until... Ooh. He would have until the 11th to announce, which is Monday. Next Monday. Interesting. Last Friday was the 1st. Wait, was it? No. Oh, it was. I'm looking at the wrong month. Sorry. First. 10 days. Still the 11th. Just not kicked out by the holiday. Yeah, it's still the 11th, though. Or, well, I guess it would be the 12th, right? 11th? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, hold on. I'm not sure if that's the first day that the clock starts when he starts buying. If he didn't go over 10% on the first, even if he did, yeah, and then holiday. Oh, but it's not trading days, right? It's calendar days. That's why Form 3 and 4 are filed the same day with Jimmy. Okay. So he just gets 3 days. $9.50's just dropped 5%. Ooh. How much are they? Cheaper tomorrow. Yeah, I usually do like $5 out of the money. Like 175, 180. As it moves up, I buy more. That's not true, buckle up, Jen. I've said hi to you at least twice. I hope you enjoyed your vacation. Try to get a fill for October. It's 125s at 19. Oh, okay. Buckle up, Jen, getting called out. What IV percent are you looking? Everybody say hi to Buckle Up, Jen. What IV percent are you looking for before getting Jen 23,950s? I don't know. I'm just waiting. Not really. I'm not looking for lower IV at this point, really. I'm just fucking sitting on my hands. Holy moly, is that Buckle Up, Jen? Good to see you. My question now is, if you were to open a net zero share position with option spreads, would you have to report? I can't find this anywhere. Maybe not. Is it business days or calendar days, though? That's my biggest question. Well, if you weren't real before Buckle Up, Jen, the other bots have now validated you. Form 3 is a calendar, Form 4 is business. Okay. Interesting. So, yeah, I mean, with an options position, potentially, he could announce on the 15th, which would be fucking crazy. Like, right after the shareholders meeting? I have no idea. I'm not a CPA, but BBBY acting strange. Is it just that the market's testing 385 again? What do you mean by acting strange? You mean bouncing off 444? Still got 40 minutes left till the day's over. Cenis is closed. That seems to not matter here very much. Nasdaq pushing up. SPY. Everything looks pretty good. Let's see. Maybe the third test is the one. Second test. Or it double tops and tanks tomorrow. Find out. Jimmy getting rustled. A little bit. Oh, I get what you're saying. Will you tell me that you love me? My parents never did before they died in the terrible accident. Well, I'd imagine if they did, they would have, right? I just got 2300 BBBY at 445. Not gonna flake out this time. I mean, there's nowhere to flake, so. Hey, look, it's back at 450. Being rich never felt so good. I haven't had to use reverse today. Nice. You and the quant team ever tackle poker? Probably plenty of games around you. No. This is a much better game of poker than poker. I feel unloved by Pickle Man now. Excellent. All the love is for Buckle Up Jen today, Darth. Stop being greedy. And Bithead of the Pigeonwell Canadians. Poker's not gambling. Do you and the quad team ever get in the hot tub, drink some wine, and see what happens? Last time I tried to drag JFresh into the hot tub, he scratched my face. What is gambling? What's your favorite low volume day so far? Oh, that one back in October where we had all the weird, or before the August run where we had all the weird liquidity tests. That was a fun day. Even more so, it was like, any reason to think the SPY can keep going up? There's no reason for the SPY to be as high as it is. Yeah, and you also tried to drown me. Listen, Carl, you weren't invited. I told you what would happen if you got in the hot tub. It's quants only. When do they fail margin calls occur if they are meeting collateral requirements for DTCC members? Wait, what? Can you rephrase that? Have you ever considered trying to trick us by hiring a Gherkin imposter and see how long it takes for us to catch on? Yeah, the problem is that Matthew Berry wants like $100,000 for half an hour. Plus airfare. Kegel's McHuge Beef. What a lovely name. You got censored. Thoughts on Rocket Lab for the long term? Looks like crap. You didn't say anything bad in this at all. Personally, near-term macro trends don't seem to allow for any meaningful recovery. Yeah, it's probably gonna be complete shit long term. I don't really know that much about the company, but I wouldn't be bullish on developing rocket technology entering a recession. Because it requires like a lot of capital for R&D, and that's going to be hard to come by soon. Don't give away my secret. Correction, 7 months, but in GME since Jan 2021. You guys are the best. Thank you so much, Buckle Up, Jen. I appreciate it. I just looked up Matthew Berry, and he really is like an older, fatter Gurk. Yeah, right? Here's your senpai. Notice me shout out. Hello to you and Riku. Oh, hello. Hi, Buckle Up, Jen. Here's your senpai. Riku to you, Buckle Up, Jen. Thank you, Fiscal Stupidity. Fiscal Stupidity, also one of the benevolent pigeon whales that have showered you all with so many memberships that I can't tell who's important or not. Has anyone written fan fiction about you and the quants yet? Don't bring that shit up, man. We don't need that. Okay? Bob Vance? Seriously. Lehman? Same as Ken Griffin? No, one of them is making lots of money. One of them was losing lots of money. Whenever I start feeling bad, I remember that no matter how far I get behind on BBBY, I'm still ahead of Bill Huang. Nice, sleep tucking. Oprah, Pigeon Whale, you get a membership stream card. That's up to people that are not me. Where's Walford Brimley? He fucking loves writing fan fiction. Someone started writing one about me and Girk. It was great. Y'all should do it more. It doesn't annoy him at all. Yes, it does. There was that one bank heist. What is a fanfic? Like a fan fiction? Why is Delta Airlines overselling seats? Because why not? Sometimes people don't show up. I think it's almost time for you to make a stream card again. Oh boy. I wasn't great at it. Maybe I was. I don't know. I still don't know how to use Photoshop. How likely is it that we hit VN? Pretty slim. That doesn't happen very often with many stocks. I'm writing a fanfic for writing a Gurk fanfic for the ladies titled Thigh Q, the poetry of love. Top moments of the day. Bithead becomes a living legend. Furniture deliverymen barge into Gurk's apartment and demand chip witches. Buckle up, Jen. Bucks up on Gurk for being ignored twice. Thanks, Mike Paisley. I'm glad someone's keeping track. No, that's not what it meant, OG rules. You're in the Louvre. You keep FTDing the stream cards. We're gonna kick you out if you don't start hitting your quota. I thought we were unionized. What the fuck? Quota? I show up occasionally. You gotta give me more hours when I call in the morning. I'm genuinely in disbelief. I thought you'd never admit that the Danpire Chronicles exist. Now you can tell me which entry is your favorite. I'm not saying anymore, Walford. I sent you a DM after you said that's not my name. Oh god. The Ting Tings. I've heard that song before. Way too many times. How likely is assignment to happen if the price trades beyond your strike after hours but comes back below before the market opened prior to expiration? Listen, these motherfuckers have no liquidity right now. They will take your goddamn shares. They'll take them in a heartbeat. Fucking relax with the covered call selling during this period. I can't be more clear. So I wasn't clear enough before May OPEX. So let me be really fucking clear right now. Covered calls are dangerous for the next 7 trading days. 8 trading days. Very, very dangerous. If you don't want to lose your shares, I don't think selling them is a great idea. Okay? I don't need an entire Discord full of fucking Moonwinds again, crying to me that they're losing their shares at $115 because they sold in the money fucking covered calls. If you do sell covered calls, after I have said this, fuck you, I don't care. What if I only have... You can't even sell covered calls with 54 shares. God damn it. I'd like to point out that I paid for my own Cornichon. I wasn't getting some pigeonwell handout for the poors like some of you Wendy's dumpster dwellers. Smug. How likely are we to retest 113 this week? I'd say the odds are pretty good given that the market's just fucking stagnating. It did break out a little bit. What was the level? 385 something. Just entered 120 cc's. Thanks, Garrick. Sherwin-Williams PT exits before SLD September's. Ooh. I didn't even look at that today. I mean, it's probably doing amazing because that's all it can do. I'd really like to see 255. It may not happen, but I would love to see it. It can stagnate for like a week or so. So it's not going to have a lot of time to climb up, especially after this high test. Like it just peaked out above the 180 MA there. Hold on, let me see what it's looking like here. You know, 251 looks pretty good, actually. I like 251 as a PT. Anything beyond that's just fucking awesome, right? God, this was such a great buy. I forgot to even put, well, I guess putting this in Pickles Picks was pointless, right? I already bought into it when I was streaming. So sweet. I like to point out that I threw away my anonymity on YouTube just for a pigeonwell handout. Noted, Dustin. Non-anonymous Dustin. Is your favorite the one where Kenny throws the mayo at his intern and curses the pickle jar? Or is it the one where you defeat Kampu and Data in a Naruto battle? The Naruto battle one was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Remember when Data was super bearish on March OPEX? I do. There are rumblings of another artist strike. Win stream card. I don't know. Help me. I use Saxo Trader. BBBY is 4.5 and I couldn't do an $8 strike price because it's more than 50%. I cannot go far out of the money. Can you recommend another trader or software? Just get IBKR. What the fuck is Saxo? Is that like a European one? If you're in Europe, use IBKR. It's way better. I keep hearing awful shit about Saxo Bank. Fuck them. Why is everyone so tied to their brokerage? If your brokerage sucks, find a different one. Is increased volume on BBBY recently at all indicative of what's to come? I don't know. Maybe. It's indicative of something. Someone is going to get fucked. That's what's so great about BBBY. We just don't know who yet. The spinoff from BBIG is going up a lot. Oh, God. I don't want to hear about it. Nothing better than when a piece of shit company spins off another piece of shit company. Well, if history repeats itself, it will probably be me. It's the shareholders that are gonna get fucked. If you're regularly close to the limit for pattern day trader, 3 or less trades for under 25k margin account, would they still flag you? No, as long as you don't break the PDT more than 3 times, then you're fine, right? If you do break it, you're fucked. Cash accounts are better if you're under 25k. Sure, you have to wait for settlement, but it forces you to plan your entries better anyway. You think Baba has more to run? Oh, yeah. Baba could seriously run, but it depends on your time frame. In the near term, it could test like 123 again, I think. Didn't I put up my PT like for Baba? I think it broke out, right? Or no, it's still in the mid-range. Yeah, so I think Baba like potentially could hit like 124 still. And it still looks good. Even with the overnight drop last night, it still looks pretty strong. Sure. I already told you, Danny Watson. Did you not listen to my whole rant about shitty brokerages? Just rewind. Options settle in 1 day. It's true. Stop looking for generous margin, Trina. They all offer margin that is within your risk profile. Danny Watson for mod and then ban. Someone's gonna come in here now with the name Generous Margin. Is it gonna be you, Mr. PP Pants? Are these large BBY order blocks gonna have to cause some serious FTDs? Maybe. I don't know if BBBY is that illiquid, but it could cost some. The new GME SEC filing is just a share grant, right? Did you check that already? New? You mean the one where they made the shares for like insiders? For like 9 million shares or whatever? That's not new. That's like a month or more old, I think. Generous margin. Oh, trash. Dibs on I can't believe it's not generous margin. The filings from yesterday? Oh, the share buy from the insider? What about it? It was comp, I believe. Okay, whatever. It's coming out of those 9 million shares they created. It doesn't affect anything, right? Not really. Buying back? I closed my GME puts earlier. 33% up or something like that. It was solid. Made up for the dragging theta for the last few days. And the IV crush. Are you entering puts tomorrow? Probably not. Something's happening on BBBY. What? It went above $4.50? That's not exciting, Bipolar Bear. Did you hold 114p that are red overnight? It's up to you. You can. And the chances of us moving down more tomorrow are greater than the chances of us moving up. We barcoded the last 2 hours. If the futures markets, like if it limits up or limits down, then we usually just barcodes. Or if there's like no volume being traded. Can we make the stocks go up? Not right now. SPY selling into close. These are the things I said. I said we go down like a rock tomorrow. The Bulls are dead. Long live the Bears. I'm gonna buy some fucking SPY puts for next week. I didn't say the SPY would rip to 1,000. Never said that. On the dip to 114, I FOMO'd into calls at the money for August 19th. Would you sell Monday morning if we run after hours Friday? Probably. We sell it holding your Bobby calls through July expiry? Yeah. I told you guys it was going to be a garbage rally. Shit. Complete shit. Do you know why? Because the economy sucks. Look at all the bulls that bought in, afraid to hold it overnight. All the way back to VWAP. Get back on my channel. Is this a bear market? Yeah. It's both, TG. It is both bear and bear. I want to take a moment to talk about StreamCard. There is a distinct lack of Ascots. I am disillusioned and disheartened. Can you please rectify this discrepancy before the close of the day? I don't know. Where's Christine Lagarde's Mo Ascot? Can they weigh in? I think this is the best time to enter SPXS calls before SLD. I don't think SPXS calls are very good during SLD. They're like okay, but why not just spy puts? Got some puts on spy for next week earlier. Was at the gym. I did it on my phone. Hit the wrong button. I got the crappiest fill ever. Fuck. Why do you think Jimmy is staying steady while SPY drops? Buying into active fund sell pressure to satisfy FTDs? No, CNS is closed. Ooh. That's bullish. I don't know. Detaching a little bit there. GameStop SPY 2x ETF, except sometimes. Tom, you son of a bitch. Let the glory of Tom, the first of those name, and the first pigeon whale, to rain down upon you, horse and plebs. Shower yourselves in his golden warm mayo. Blessed be to you, Tom. And thank you for your gifts.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything
Forever a poor. Can I has Cornish hen? I just realized how cult-like it would sound to an outsider to walk in here and be bathed in his golden mayo. And I think we're a cult now. No, we have a song that specifically says we're not a cult. Why did the pigeon world get so generous during these awful market conditions and not during the greatest bull markets of all time? Their puts are printing. Tom the first, yes. Thank you, M-Dub. I've earned this by doing nothing. I look down on you poors. A little Xmas in July? This isn't an appropriate time for that. All right, fine.
This is CEO of AMC, Adam Aaron. And when I'm not stealing money from poor people, my stockholders, or enjoying the money I stole, I'm listening to Christmas music while I count my $20 million bonus. I wrote this song. I hope you like it. Power to the AMC.
Interesting.
AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And Adam Aaron is a big fat slug. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud, and Adam Aaron is a big fat slug. He wants to take
Merry Christmas,
all your
everyone.
hard-earned money. He wants to take all your hard-earned money. He wants to take all your hard-earned money, then bankrupt all your stock. He wants to take all your hard-earned money. He wants to take all your hard-earned money. He wants to take all your hard-earned money, then bankrupt all your stock. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. And you're gonna beg holding till it's done. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC
What's up, Robert,
is a dud.
aka Migs?
And you're gonna beg hold until it's done. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS, but you picked the wrong stock. I'd love to wish you a happy MOASS. I'd love to wish you a happy AMC is a dud, and Adam Aaron is a big fat slug. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud. AMC is a dud, and Adam Aaron is a big fat slug.
This has been Adam Aaron signing off. Just stay at AMC, even if it drops to $1, because just believe me, trust me, bro. It's gonna rocket.
Ding ding, the markets are done. So, little rally with the SPY into the end of the day, but mostly shit. Down another 2% on GameStop. Failed to break back above gamma neutral with the SPY moving up. Mike buys leaps, thank you so much. Welcome, 5 more Cornichons. SPY had a nice reaction to the end of the Fed meeting, which topped out at 385 and then immediately failed hard because no one wants to bag hold this piece of shit for 12 hours till the market opens back up again. Well, 16 hours, whatever period of time it's closed. Not looking good, falling back into that channel, moving into tomorrow. We may see more downside. We'll see how futures look in the morning. Otherwise, I think everything pretty much played out today as expected. Some of the PMI data came in a little negative this morning, which pushed us down a bit into the Fed meeting, but we did climb back up. So still stable. I mean, the SPY is in a range now where it could move up. I just don't think there's any reason for it to be worth more, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think it does. So, continued bearishness into tomorrow, most likely. GameStop may, unable to break that standard deviation from VWAP as well. So, this may also just open back up below today's VWAP at like 116 and, go for another test of 114 tomorrow. It's definitely possible. I'm not entering any puts tomorrow. I'm probably going to be looking to buy some calls, moving into the possible after hours action on the 8th, due to XRT's thresholding beginning the following Monday. Other than that, I don't know if I have much else to say. Thank you, Pigeon Wells, once again for another awesome day. I appreciate it. Maple, that donation earlier was super fucking awesome. Pores, enjoy the green names while they last. Merry Christmas to one and all, and to all, a good night. What Jamie's doing? What the fuck just happened? Oh, they're gonna clear XRT early? Is that what we're doing? Did Ryan Cohen announce a buy-in? No. What the fuck is this? XRT doesn't start threshold tomorrow. Split? 4-to-1 split announced at 115? Fucking A. Where's the filing? Hold on. I'm seeing the last filings July 5th. Yesterday. Whatever it was, the volume's dying off. What the fuck is this? I'm glad I sold my puts earlier. I don't see any announcement of a split. Where? Announced board of directors approved to declared a 4-for-1 split. Oh, dope. Okay, why is it not showing up on their investor relations page? To do with my CC now. Dow Jones News, GameStop announces 4-for-1 stock split. Thanks, email. I don't know how many CCs just got obliterated. I told everyone selling them was a bad fucking idea like 15 minutes ago. Close of trading on July 21st. Oh, fuck yeah. I don't think it's fun. I think it's from GameStop. Put the link in announcements, please, Doug. Hold on. All I have right now is a screenshot from Dow Jones News. Their investor relations page is not fucking updating. I'm gonna have so many shares. Okay, I've got this one. Business Wire? I don't see an SEC filing yet. AMC as a dud is the catalyst. 8K is up now? Everyone knows that after hours runs are because Jimmy stockholders are very excited about the NFC marketplace. Oh, here we go. 8K's up. I'll post it in the announcements. Cool. Dustin, thank you so much for becoming a Billionaire, dude.
Happy
birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we
No,
ain't
the AK is
code.
out.
In advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gurk in the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC.
You'll receive 3 shares for every one that you have.
We ain't that joke, motherfucker. Trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer.
So yeah, it's 4 to 1.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Oh, find out. Let's see if there's a share recall. Right into OPEX. Thanks for paying attention, Ryan Cohen. I appreciate you watching the streams. Means a lot. Now all he's got to do is wrap up his buy-in on BBBY. We can launch this bitch. I think you'll have time to get out of calls. This just looks like the market maker hedging the news. Little Christmas in July for y'all. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. I kind of want to see who that came from. Will it ruin the magic? I don't know. It just says Ryan Cohen. View the details. Huh. Still says Ryan Cohen. All right. All right. Well, thank you, pretend Ryan Cohen. Must be him because it's illegal to lie on the internet, right? Will they still short it? Probably. Is SS calling for MOASS already? Probably. 10 quarterly reports. So exciting. It's about to be top news on SS. 4-for-1 stock split confirmed. Yep. Not necessarily trash. If they continue to cycle the volatility play, then it doesn't matter. Don't spoil some fun for the new people. Dan's knew all these Ko-Fis have been Nesquik. You'll ruin their Christmas. Thanks, guys, for being a part of this. I hope you all enjoy your attendees. Popcorn Trader. Oh, shit. I mean, RC. FTD printer go burr. Yeah. Nixus wasn't right about anything. Guybrush for MOASS. It seems fitting. Where is that little fucker? Oh, there he is. So I thought we're long calls. Will they become illiquid and hard to sell? Post-split, not pre-split. The question on everyone's lips now, are they finally actually fuck now? Well, what's interesting is the stock's going to split at a pretty high price. Looks like Cohen's banking on fucking July OPEX too. Good news for me, right? I wonder if this can push FOMO beyond the collapse in Gamma. If it does, I don't even know what happens at that point. I mean, well, kind of do, but How much time to get when repositioning weeklies? What do you mean? Tatzel. Thanks, Chris. Let's fucking go. Fuck yeah. We're gonna make so much money. I know. Can we still play OPEX with calls when the chain will be dead? The chain won't be dead. The old chain, if they split the chain, which they may not do for long, but yeah, the old chain will be dead. Not the new one. Yeah, so it depends. It depends on how the OCC handles the split. Can you walk us through slowly what this means for the next few weeks? Nothing. I think expectations remain the same. I'm sitting on a bunch of cash for both shares and options in GME. When would be best to reposition? I mean, it looks like the split's going to happen after OPEX, right? If OPEX starts on the 18th, T+2. So, OPEX would be the 18th and 19th and the 20th. That's the T+2 window, and the split's on the 21st. So, I mean, perfect timing for their covering, right? Should I close my puts at market open? Not necessarily. I think this is... So what you're seeing in this market after hours run, this is the market maker hedging delta that they're carrying, right? This is them covering gamma exposure to ensure that if there is a shitload of interest that comes in, they're properly hedged. You saw this happen with the announcement of the change to the like 2022 fiscal thing and the update to the number of shares available. Remember? And then we ran in after hours. That's because the market makers hedging their exposure based on the news coming out. So we'll probably open relatively in the same range, or they'll short the shit out of us because it's good news, right? Should I close my puts at market open? Yeah, I don't know if that'll be a necessary thing. Hold on, I'm trying to catch up. Everyone's going crazy. July 22nd being the first date for trading under the new split. How could this affect coming OPEX? I mean, it won't, right? You're just getting like 5 pennies for your nickel. Chances this kills the OPEX cycles. That depends on if people sell. Psychologically, when a split happens, it creates liquidity in the underlying because people have more shares, so they're more willing to part with them. If people don't sell, people continue to buy and DRS and hold their shares, then the stock will remain illiquid because technically a split doesn't change the liquidity. Will it force a share recall? We don't know. So my October long calls, will they become illiquid and hard to sell? They can, yeah, if you overhold them. Gentlemen, it's been a privilege holding with you all. Thanks, Trash. Let's fucking go. Absolutely, DK. Effin', we're gonna make so much money. Yeah. Okay, guys, you know what? I will just do a stream on Saturday and cover everyone's fucking questions about stock splits and what happens with options in stock splits and all of that shit for like an hour or something. Because I know you all have a shitload of questions about it and how it works. But right now I'm tired. What does it mean? What was that date to move July 8 calls? What I meant was what date to move July 8 calls. Oh, like if you buy them for a potential run in after hours on Friday? I mean, you'd probably want to close them on Monday. Market orders aren't filling. You can't fill market orders in after hours. You have to use a limit buy. Can we buy up until the split? You can buy up until the... Yeah, pretty much. You expecting FOMO? It could bring some. Could they adjust the split ratio to 7-for-1 when the stock price gets higher in the coming days? Probably not. Why do you think RC Strategy is doing the split announcement now? I mean, they've timed it perfectly with OPEX. Like, I mean, absolutely perfectly. The date of effect is the 21st, which is the day after T+2 is over. The date of the ex-dividend date's the 18th, which is Monday of the OPEX cycle. So 18th, 19th, 20th, right? This is the OPEX covering settlement period. And they're gonna split the stock right into the market maker kickback. I mean, could be fucking crazy, right? I think the 18th is the ex-dividend date. Yeah, it is. What does what do? Full pull, please. You don't have to be holding. As long as you own this stock on the ex-dividend date, you'll receive the dividend. And generally with share dividend splits, even if you buy the stock like the day before, you still receive it. It just takes longer. How will you approach the positioning of your options for OPEX? I might buy a little closer to the money. We'll see. I've got to replan some things tonight. Should I take that week off work or not put any effort in? It's gonna be spicy. Yeah, I'd imagine I'll be streaming the stock split. I know what it says, Max Spires. August call's still a decent play for OPEX. Seems like it. How long before I need to see a doctor? 4 hours. Super Style, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Could this let them trigger another FIRE extension? FINRA extension? No.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no code.
This isn't like an acceptable Rex code. Yeah, you'll still get the dividend if you buy more tomorrow.
Like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Over the next like 6 trading days, will you be buying calls in the morning? Probably some. We'll see. Might wait for IV to die down a little bit after everyone gets crazy. So they knew the last OPEX would get deferred, right? I mean, I don't know. They could have just decided to split the stock today and filed it. It doesn't take that long. So thoughts on buying now versus after the split when it's lower? I was waiting for it to get to 105 or so to get some more story of my life. Okay, so statistically, post-split, stocks increase in value. For the most part. There are some exceptions, obviously, but for the most part, stocks increase in value after they split. It's just psychological. Yes, fractional shares have changed that slightly over the years, but not much. Stocks that split tend to outperform the overall market in the year following their split and in the 3 years after that as well. Hey dude, you missed my super chat. I'm sorry, man. Where was it? Was it on Ko-Fi or YouTube? Just say it again. I'll answer you. I'm sorry. There's like 1,000 people going right now. BBBY, check Bobby. Bobby doing crazy shit. Oh, cool. Awesome. Is there a fucking Bobby announcement? Do you think of a single reason to buy AMC when GB is trading at $30, $40? Absolutely not. 10 shares at $100 is split 4-to-1 to 40 shares at 25. Yeah. Why can't you sell the shares on the 19th and receive the dividend? You can, but shares bought after the 19th, you would have to hold to receive it. What's the safest way to exit 130 cc's? I'm aggressively trying to lower my cost basis and sold a few. I really don't want to get, holy fuck, burned. Best way to exit, just close them. If they're not in the money tomorrow, which it doesn't look like they will be. We're only at like 123 right now. It could rip up more, but I don't know if it will. Yeah, I mean, you just close them. BB Wide MOASS just brought my portfolio from -80 to -79%. 4 filings on Bobby, insider purchases. RC has to be buying into Bobby. Holy Bobby. Holy fuck. He's doing it all. I was right. Greedy son of a bitch. I love it. I arrived for after hours. Send a super chat to be ignored. The sadness is real. I'm sorry, Smocks. I have arrived for after hours. Are attendees coming to rain down? It seems like it. This really is Christmas in July. The shirt doesn't come off yet. Fucking A. Okay, I gotta go check out Bobby's filings now. Is this the real MOASS, just owning both stocks? So July 18th to my 21st, any shares bought will not be included in the split. How does that play with OPEX covering? No, it does. They will be. They'll still receive the dividend if they're owned before the... It's weird, but yeah, they will. So if you buy like a share on the 19th, you'll still receive the dividend. It'll take longer though. Regarding timing call option buys, Reddit open or wait till opening volatility gets out of the way? I'll probably wait a little bit. Although, that's something I can afford to do. So, factor that in. Hold on, I'm trying to find Bobby's fucking filings. Man, their investor relations page is so much nicer. Is this what it was like to be a blue chip stock in 2008? SEC filings. Let's see what we got. Statement of changes in beneficial ownership for Sue Gov. Jeff Kerwin. Harriet Endelman. sue gov. Okay. All right, so it just changes a bit. So insider buys, looks like. Bullish. Not sure if this is covered, but what happened to cover calls during a split? They'll just split. It's pretty simple. The cover call will be worth, 400 shares of the underlying, and you will have 400 shares of the underlying as collateral. Again, be really careful with covered calls over the next couple weeks. I said it earlier today. I'll say it again. They're very dangerous. Quite bullish. Insiders don't buy stock in a company going bankrupt. Yeah. That'd be cool. What if we sold 950 CCs? Same deal, right? It'll split the price of the option. Or it'll be 950 for 400 shares. Right? Both split. Yeah, so it's 400 shares of the underlying, 1/4 of the price. When options market have after hours? It doesn't. No problem, Apex. All right, it's almost breaking the $5 put wall. That's kind of significant. Bastille Day is next week. It was in front of us the whole time. Fuck off, Trash Dan. So yeah, calls split, but usually you get 2 chains. So you'll have like August 19 on the standard chain, right? And you'll have like August 19 and they'll be like 400, right? And so these options will be for 400 shares and these options will be for 100 shares at the post split price, right? These options will become very illiquid very fast. People will sell out of them and move to the cheaper, more liquid options chain. I guess since I'm going to stay here and explain the stock split to everyone, then I'll just get it out of the way now. Are you telling me I can now go and post on Superstock on 7/22 a new purple ring showing I DRS'd 4 times as many shares as before just to be 4 times as annoying? Reddit going nuts, I'm sure. It's better to buy shares before the split at these prices or wait until the split and the price drops. What would you do? Historically, it's always better to buy pre-split, especially at these prices, right? These prices are already low for GameStop. The post-split price is the same, right? There's just more available shares. No, it doesn't change the number of shares you have. Right now, you're holding a nickel. They're giving you 5 pennies. You're giving the nickel back, right? Does that make sense? It doesn't change shit. It's just division. What it can do though is expose over lending risk by longs. 4 to 1's nice, especially if the price is going to be elevated during that period. Elevated price means it presents more overlending risk. Dollars and quarters works better. Whatever. Yeah, you have a dollar, you get 4 quarters. Sure. How do you handle in the money leaps post split? You fucking, why you exercise them? I've been in a meeting for the past hour and a half. Can you give me the 2 to 3 sentence recap of what happened? Insider buys announced on BBBY. GameStop announced its stock split. Explain split like pizza slices. You have an entire pizza. If you cut it up anyway, you'll still have an entire fucking pizza. Poors with 25 shares can start options. Yes, they can sell covered calls after the split. I announced that I have a pre-prism. It's not until it's been 4 hours, right? It has to be an extended period of time. I'm having a panic attack and I love it. Relax. No, you can't turn one pizza into 2 pizzas. It doesn't matter how many slices you cut it into. It's still just one pizza. You could cut it into 1,000,000 slices. Still one pizza. More liquidity and options have become cheaper. Boom. Not cheaper, just cheaper relative to what they represent, right? Well, if GME is the pizza, it's going to be cut from 70 million shares into, or 76 million shares, I guess. Free float? Yeah, shares outstanding. So 304 million shares. Just 304 million slice, still the same pizza. Get a lot of toothpicks. Do we expect massive downs until the 18th? The hate shorting. I mean, I expect them to short us anyway. It's not like they're going to be able to cover OPEX obligations early because, well, they're fucking not due yet, right? They can hedge early. We may see some of that. Derek, tell me how to feel. Calm. We could see some FOMO in the morning. No, RC hasn't announced any additional buy-in into BBBY yet. Jimmy didn't dilute. There's no dilution. It's the same. Kinky sex. It's not a dilution. It's the same as before. If I have $1 and I give you dilution is them just selling shares, which is what AMC did. Jesus Christ. God, people who own AMC are just dumb as fuck. That's why you own that stock, because you're just stupid as shit, you dumb asshole. It's not 75 million to 300 million shares. It's 75 million shares turned into 300 million shares. It's the same fucking amount of the float. You'll answer these same questions tomorrow anyway. I know, Grease Nipple. Just like a fucking brick. So dense. Can you explain it in buckets, please? Buying AMC puts tomorrow because they're all gonna sell to buy GME? Probably. 16 share Greg. 20 share Greg. I have risen. Congratulations, 20 share Greg. Is there no way it changes the DRS thesis? No, but the thesis is fucking stupid too. This is chat is about as dense as you can get without having an event horizon. I'm fucking stoked. So weekly is good now? No. Stop trying to buy weeklies. Please explain shares in terms of ornithology. It's like if you have a chicken and you cut it up into several pieces, like legs, breasts, thighs, wings, right? You still, when you still just have one fucking chicken. It's in pieces, but it's one chicken. Same like stock split. How many other food analogies can I use to explain a stock split? Why would there be a recall? Over lending risk. They've lent out more shares than they own. Potentially. There's not guaranteed to be a recall. They very well may not. Asymptotic risk. The stock split in the form of a dividend. Yes. Why is this called a dividend split and not just a split? I mean, it's essentially an accounting practice. The shares are issued via dividend. That's all. What chances stocks reach their pre-split prices again? I mean, if they maintain a consistent level of growth over like 5 years, pretty good. Considering they on average beat the market post-split. Stock split is like a pickle jar. It doesn't matter how many pickles, still one jar. Yes. Thank you, the Purple Hulk. Does this news affect XRT on the 8th? I don't think so. I mean, XRT is still going on reg share, or gonna begin its thresholding process, right? What mean for OPEX? It doesn't change anything. It's after OPEX. Well, the ex-dividend date is during OPEX. The date it goes into effect is after. I mean, the point at which it goes into effect, if OPEX happens as expected, the price of GameStop will already be high. There will be a shitload of gamma exposure or gamma imbalance present on the market maker, and then the stock's going to split the following morning. So, I mean, depending on if there's a share recall for the dividend or not, it could potentially help them crush the price or make it far more difficult. Like if there isn't a share recall, it could help them bring the price down. If there is a share recall, it's going to be fucking crazy. Yeah, I don't. Will happen to remove it? It doesn't remove it from the threshold list. That's not the point. They're moving from one audit process to another. You think the reg show timing factored into the split timing? Possibly. Will we see Gex after OPEX even with the split? Yeah. And it still causes, it's still, the market maker still has to appropriately hedge their gamma exposure. You shouldn't really hold calls through a split. You could just sell them and buy back in the next morning, right? If I rip my physical share into 4 pieces, is that the same as a 4-to-1 split? Pretty sure this is similar to the Tesla dividend split. It is. Also, thanks to the Eggling Pigeon Whales for all the free memberships, including my own. Thank you so much, man. I'm now pricing in my post-split fortune. Hold on, Ned's quick. I missed yours, dude. There seems to be some confusion. I'm a mega smooth. The price of Jumia will go from 120 to 30. Like as in 1/4. Yes. Likelihood we test 116 again this week. Still pretty good. Macro conditions haven't changed. They still want to short the stock before they cover for OPEX either way. We'll see how much FOMO this brings. It could become very difficult for them given the illiquidity we're experiencing right now. But they'll get more liquidity out of the ETFs, well, out of XRT, after it begins the threshold process. How do I get gifted a membership? I think it's just random. Wait, so we will get 3x shares as if we had 100 now. We have 300. Yeah, if you had 100, you'll have 400. You're getting 300 additional shares. So they'll just be short 4x the amount, right? No, they're short the sort of synthetic shorts will be short a share that doesn't exist, right? They'll be 4 times short a share that doesn't exist. Most efficient way to get shares before X dividend. You could sell in the money CSPs and try to get a discount on the current price. Short dated. Furlong sold 1,500 shares. They have their negative press if they want an excuse. Yeah, that doesn't seem like, well, I guess, yeah, if they need to short it. I'm guessing BBY insiders chose today to buy their shares as that was the low, knowing that RC and the team knows. It's bullish that insiders are buying on BBBY. More bullish if RC doubles down. More shares equals more CCs to sell. Yeah. Is it a straight split or a dividend? It's a dividend split. No, it's just the same size pizza. It doesn't matter how many times you cut it. Wow, math isn't this chat's strong suit, is it? No, a lot of people have trouble with division. So 4 shares cost same like share. Yeah. Do I need to buy back my 7/8 160cc first thing in the morning? You probably never should have sold it in the first place. But yeah, I would pull back covered calls. I wouldn't want to be exposed to upside risk right now. Furlong sale had a note saying they withheld for tax purposes. Oh, it's just the tax use? Oh, okay. It doesn't fucking mean anything. That's not even bearish. They'll have a hard time spinning that one off. You think the split still will have an impact on the infinite money cycle glitch? It could, yeah. It could stop it. Potentially. It depends. If people don't sell and people continue to buy more and diamond hand, then no. The cycles will likely continue. Tesla stock maintained its price pre-split to post-split. The squeeze was hidden in the split. Will this occur to GME? It didn't maintain its price pre and post-split. The charts just split also. Stefan. I have an engineering degree, but they never taught me this level of math. I have 1 share and it becomes 4 shares. Does the share price become like 4 of the original share? No. Jesus, dear God. If we're trading at 120 and they split it 4 times, each share is worth $30. Check the chart. Yeah, dude, that's every split, man. Look at Amazon. Amazon just split, right? See? Pre-split, post-press split. Same. See? New high, 188. They just split the chart, dude. The chart corrects based on the split. You can beg to differ all you want. It's not, I fucking owned Tesla shares pre and post split. I think I know. July 7, 4-1 split. Conspiracy confirmed. Sure. It didn't stay the same. It went down and then it went up. So let's say RC did double down. Does his purchase set off a chain reaction that could lead to a BBBY gamma squeeze? Also, are split puts like split calls? Yeah, same split differential, right? Yeah, it could with all the out of the money call interest. If BBBY breaks $10 and the gamma on the chain flips, it's gonna go nuts. Chance of sub 100 still possible. Does the call chain split immediately? Immediately upon the market open of the effective date. A while ago was discussing the split. You said something like they can boof the split for like 30 days and cover in a more liquid environment after. Yeah, they can use the same ETF FTD process they use now to synthetically short the stock to attempt. But the problem is GameStop has to run a lot pre-split for that to happen, for them to get sufficient liquidity, right? Because GameStop's weight in those ETFs has to be very high to pull that off. So if they do that, if they I mean GameStop will go extremely high in advance of the split. Then it would go high again when they cover. So T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 days later. More big ups. No more puts for next week to catch pre-OPEX decline. I mean, I closed my puts today. I had no intention of reopening any. Well, at least tomorrow. If individual lenders recall their shares because they don't want to be on the hook for 4x shares post-split. Yeah, they could. That'd be ideal. I think Bit had gifted yours, Olga. No, nothing on the Discord. It's just Cordish odd, but it's still cool. Jimmy runs big pre-split. Would you sell, or does it usually keep running after? It can keep running after. I mean, I have no reason to sell my shares. I'm definitely not selling my shares pre-split on a growth stock. I'll have so many shares after a 4-to-1 split. I can finally do the DFE thing and just sell like thousands of cover calls a week. Superstock must be furious that the NFT dividend is not happening. GME chart, please. I don't think it's doing anything spectacular. It's moving back up a little bit. The volume here is very, very low. Yeah, I know. BBY CEO bought 50k shares. After hours cup and handle. Figured it out. GME split, same as boofing banana. If you cut it in 4 slices, things will get messy, but it's still one banana. Exactly. You think the split will have an impact on the infinite money cycle? Okay. I answered Bo Bandy, Arnold Kent. Wait until math impaired and RSS see the historical chart change after the split. Crime. So calls that we buy for OPEX need to be sold by the 21st. I mean, or you have to risk selling them in a post-split environment. You explain stock split in terms of post-war land distribution reparations. I think BBY would rock it if RC announced he doubled his position. Will Moonwind have more shares than you after the split? He doesn't have more shares than me now. How would that be possible? A&W third pounder was released in 1980s to compete with the McDonald's quarter pounder. The public's inability to understand fractions led to its untimely failure. What did I miss? Why are you still streaming? Oh, GME announced its stock split 4-to-1, Segan. BBBY insiders bought 75,000 shares. Would MM price in Ivy into OPEX options with this news? Probably. When is a good time to buy in? We'll see. And if you haven't bought already, not tonight, right? How does the split affect the TA? It shouldn't. Okay, well, that is news. What's your take on the effect of July 8th and July OPEX? Well, I mean, I love that the ex-dividend date is on T+1 of OPEX, and the date it goes into effect is on the 21st. So that's super cool, right? I don't think it affects July 8th. Try to wrap my head around options plays for OPEX. Will there be a mass exodus in the chain on the 21st, rendering my options worthless? I mean, yeah, not worthless, just hard to sell. They'll still be worth a lot. You'll be here all night. Thanks as always. Thank you so much, Chief Lukewarm Water. I appreciate it. So puts are not in a ton of danger immediately. No. I think we're already seeing some retail FOMO here from retail that can actually buy in after hours based on how small some of these orders are. These are lots of like individual stock orders, sub 100 blocks. What do you think of this setup? I like it quite a bit, Herva. This could be smaller funds too. GameStop doesn't have a lot of big, I mean, this isn't like big longs buying in. This volume is very minimal. Really? Because there's asks at 125.25 right now. 126. Does this make OPEX more or less bullish? More. Options will no longer be cost prohibitive to retail pours. I know. Yeah, it'll make OPEX entries a little more difficult. IV was pretty low today. This will bump it in the morning, but we'll see how hard. They still want to get IV down before they cover for OPEX, right? How will this impact the SPY? I don't think it will right now. If it squeezes, then that would. Big green candles on IWM. When are you buying for July OPEX? Before July OPEX. Is there a time for shorts to do what they do best? It's tomorrow. If I can sell my puts and buy back my CC at a profit, I'll pour one out for the shorts once I get wrecked. Pick the wrong day to take a nap. 4 p.m. today, the date of record? No. July 18th, date of record. Not date of record, just ex-dividend date. Why would you sell 118 CCs this week? You'll either have to probably roll them or buy them back. You see that 9.5k sell wall at 248.45? No, I have too much order book depth to see that high. Why did you decide on 4-1? I didn't. I said 4-1 was most likely because they could have done a 3-1 with the previous. So previously GameStop was capped at 300,000 shares, which would mean only a 3-1 split would be possible, right? Because there's 76 million shares outstanding. So I said 4-1 because they increased this number to 1 billion on their charter. And they would want this lowest like split ratio. Like they don't want to split like 10-1 or anything, right? That'd be stupid. TomTom gifted another 50 memberships. Dude, TomTom, thank you so much, man. I think this was way earlier, but Thank you again, man. Any estimate on how much it'll cost to buy back CCs at this after hours price? Depends when you sold them. If you sold them at higher IV, you may be fine. It depends. Like, I don't know when you sold them. I think RC new Juno picks would be kicked to July. Maybe. If you were RC, what day would you announce the NFT marketplace? The last day pre-split, maybe? Shit. 4-1 bullish. Yeah, it's good. If you guys turn on gifting, you'll probably get one. So many covered calls. Covered call questions? Yeah, I don't know. I did like that whole speech earlier about don't sell covered calls right now. It's really fucking stupid. And then everyone's like, what about my covered calls? Well, they're probably fucked. When Adam Aaron reactionary 4-1 stock split on AMC that actually sends down to 0. We'll see. I mean, Adam Aaron has to do something now, right? Otherwise, he's going to lose all the interest in his stock. The dates for the split confirm RC is fully aware of your data, either from reading your DD or watching the stream. No fucking joke. We have tons of data points to confirm. That'd be cool. They were already sold. But you could have bought them back. We were down. We were down on the day, right? Do you think it has any bearing on our short-term low price targets? It shouldn't really. I mean, it's going to generate some FOMO. So that's gonna fuck up them pushing us down through that like 114 resistance, which was definitely what they were aiming for. It's gonna cause call buying, which is gonna fuck up the market maker side of things. So it could. We'll have to see how much FOMO comes in from it. And they don't really have any XRT liquidity till tomorrow, so well, till after after close on Friday, so until Monday, actually. $1.6 million shares of IWM bought at closing price in 3 roughly equal orders using TRF. I think this is ETF liquidity getting tapped. Interesting. RC probably got gifted a membership today. How do you know he wasn't doing the gifting? All right, you guys caught me. I work for RC. He pays me to watch the streams and report back to him every day. Yeah, I figured it out. It was Blue Pickle all along. Sure, shares held through what date will qualify you for the split? I mean, any shares owned and bought by the time it splits, by the time it's the effective date, will get the dividend. Even if they're not owned on when they're owned on the X dividend date, they'll receive the dividend on the 21st, right? When it get on the effective date. But if they're owned after the X dividend date, you'll get them, but you'll get them like several days, like 5 business days later. Because they have to maintain parity across the chain or across the float. So the ex-dividend date's not really that important. I mean, it's ideal to own them before the 18th. What do you think will happen when we split? I don't know. It's more what'll happen going into the split than what I mean. When we split, the stock will split. That's that one's pretty fucking simple. Before the split could be very, very interesting. Yeah, the price of the underlying security also splits. You know, dividend splits and forward splits really aren't very different. It's just on how the split is issued. Own the stock and the ex-dividend, sell the shares after, but before I get the dividend. Will I get the dividend? Yes. Can you help me divide by 4? Burry just tweeted about GME. What did he say? Should have issued a 40-to-1 split for old time's sake. Yeah, but it's probably already deleted, right? This is crazy. But does the split have any effect on the relationship between GME and ETFs? No. If you were holding pitch, would you sell it open for the high IV or wait for a crash? You could try to catch the IV. I don't know how much FOMO this is going to generate at market open. It's hard to say. If that FOMO dies off, are they going to continue to short? You know, they still have to cover OPEX, right? And so ideally they will do that from a lower price. The question is, with the limited amount of liquidity they have right now, especially with XRT not on threshold until next Monday, what's going to happen this week? It could get kind of fucking crazy. Hey man, sold out Jimmy BBY after June with the intent to re-enter. Feeling worried FOMO after the split announced. We outlined strategies on the weekend stream. Or should I just jump back in tomorrow, Friday? Thanks. Love you, bro. I mean, tomorrow everyone's going to be jumping in, right? Son of Ricky. But, you know, it's a question of how long that'll sustain for. Like, is retail buying going to sustain out for 6 trading days? It may not. Until OPEX. So there may be another chance or a lower IV to jump in. Can MOASS now? I need the down payment money for a condo. Now I have to make a new song. Let me know if you like the sample of the music. Lyric ideas welcome into my DMs. Thank you for everything you do. All right, I will, Ben. Thank you so much, dude. Welcome back. We missed you. Chances this was used in an after-hours event that was possible on Friday. No, I don't think so. This doesn't look like the ETF covering. It's way too small. I mean, even this announcement is timed so well with XRT thresholding and liquidity being super tight. If they have to exercise negative delta again to rebalance XRT before the new audit system rolls into place with the threshold process beginning, they may have to do it at a much higher price, right? Yeah, GME announced its split 4-1. X dividend on the 18th, effective on the 21st. Perfectly in line with our July T+2 period. I mean, fucking Christ, like, without coming out and directly saying it, right? Like, me and the quants are going to be celebrating a little bit tonight. Because, I mean, we have July OPEX, right? Which is the options that expire on the 15th. And then we have T+2, which is the 18th, the 19th, and the 20th. And this is the settlement period. This is when we run the hardest, right? And then, you know, this is the X dividend date now. And then the day after is the split date. Like, I mean, right? I said the best time to split is during OPEX. Like 1,000 times. I do love this. I do love being correct. It means more than the money. Say the M word? MOASS? We'll see. Where's the fucking button? Oh, not today, Zakir. Relax. Okay, for the dum-dums that definitely not me that sold weekly CCs today, what's the best course of action, please? So you have two options. You can buy shares, right? You can buy 100 shares and offset the increase in IV on the contract. Or you can buy shares that match the delta of the contract you sold, right? You can delta hedge it. You can buy in the money calls, capture the increase in IV, and then sell the in the money calls to buy back your sold call. These have to be at a lower strike than the call you sold. And or you can just buy it back. Those are the three options. What happens if we mass before the split? I don't care about tendies. I want my shares. So since the X dividend date is on the 18th, it means you have to purchase the stock on the 15th, Friday at the latest, since there's a T+2 settlement on stocks. No. Any shares bought before the split will receive the dividend. It's just when they receive it. So if you own the shares before the 18th, you will likely receive the dividend on time, right? On the because you know the X dividend date and the effective date is T+2 already. If you buy them after, you may have to wait some time before you receive the dividend shares. So if you buy on like the 19th, it could be you may not receive the dividend shares till like the 27th. Or like further out, right? How does this work with CFDs? I have no fucking clue, man. I don't know how CFDs split. Once the stock is split, is the curse officially lifted? Will I get to go home? I don't know. You gonna make a split DD for possible outcomes? Probably, yeah. I'm gonna have to put all this down in one place to direct people to, because the amount of confusion already is high. I'm trying to hang in there and help everyone out so everyone's calms down a little. What date is the stock price of the split locked in? The 18th or the 22nd? The effective date. Market close before the effective date. $138, 78. Buying back would be the safest way to go. Probably. I don't know if we're gonna hit 138 tonight, but we may in the morning. Calm down, you said the M word. I said we'll see. August calls bad idea for OPEX. No, probably not. Next week isn't SLD. SLD's on the 20th. Or begins on the 20th. Is Gaff salty as fuck right now? I mean, probably not. I don't think he cares about a stock split. Split announced, still 2.2 million volume. Yeah, retail doesn't have a very significant amount of buying power. And I think most of the buying we're seeing in after hours is retail. Remember, you know, going into the next several days, I know there's a lot of excitement, but try to remember, you know, to be fearful when others are greedy and greedy when others are fearful. And tomorrow morning at market open, everybody is going to be greedy as fuck. They release shares to every existing share. So what it does is it creates a leverage imbalance for shorts. So longs, you know, their shares are going to split too, especially if they recall them. But if they don't, the risk they have is that, you know, now they have 4 shares of GME, right? But they've lent those 4 shares 8 times, right? So these are all lent, right? And now the price of the stock goes up, right? Now it's going up $1 for each share lent. So you see there's a leverage imbalance, right? So they have 4 shares that went up $1, but the 8 loaned shares that they have out have gone up $8. Does this make sense to people? Do you understand how that leverage imbalance doesn't benefit longs and hurts shorts? That's why they would recall. if they recall. Be sus when everyone is bussin', and be bussin' when everyone is sus. Exactly, Diamond Dick. Exactly. What is the time frame on when insiders need to file for the shares they bought? What if these big orders on Bobby today was Cohen buying in more? It depends on when he's buying in, or if he's the one buying in right now. Someone is. Do you think RC is facing some legal risk for his 741 tweet? No, because no one knew what the fuck it meant. Everyone thought they were going to split 7-1. I mean, just saying cryptic shit on Twitter is not market manipulation. Also, retail investors are just like, I mean, you've read the DDs. I've been getting better each cycle and slowly entering OPEX positions and had planned to start with IV plays tomorrow. I don't know if you've already got in. Do you think it's best to wait for our FOMO to settle down? Trying to rewrite an entry plan for this news. I am too. I'm not really sure yet, but yeah, I'll probably just average in over the next couple weeks. I'm not super concerned with it right now. I think this price action is not indicative of like a crazy rip tomorrow morning. I think we'll move up, but it doesn't look like it's going to be nuts or anything. Furlong just sold 1,500 shares for tax remediation or something, right? I don't think he bought 1,500 shares. What I'm hearing is wait for Jimmy to drop back to 115 and buy in. Maybe. Do you give it a dividend if you're holding a fake share? There's no such thing as a fake share. How likely do you think it is that the risk to recall is greater than the risk to not recall? Well, I mean, if that's the case, then, you know, the shorts are going to get squeezed out on the other side. I don't know. We'll have to see, right? We don't know their risk. We have no idea what their risk level is on that side of the trade, right? We can only assume from the limited data that we have. And from the limited data we have, it looks bad for them. Do you think IV expectations during, especially this timing? This is, you know, we're entering the period where GameStop is most illiquid. Right? There are the most outstanding obligations. There are, you know, if they used the FINRA deferral for June OPEX, that means that there is a standing obligation that will be settled regardless, come OPEX. Regardless of what fuckery they can pull with July, right? They still have the looming weight of June on their shoulders. Shouldn't we have absurd margin requirements? Why wouldn't they convince the lenders not to recall? I'm sure they will. Like, don't get me wrong, Fright Technician. They will do everything in their power to keep the market from being volatile and risky. That's their job, right? So, you know, I want to get bullish and be like, oh yeah, this will. But we have seen time and time and time again with rules put into effect with the you know SEC report not giving a shit about the ETF NAV. We've seen with the House Financial Services Committee report, you know, that they are more than willing to go beyond in order to create a less volatile market situation. Right. But ultimately, at the end of the day, there's still counterparty risk, and counterparty risk will be satisfied. That is the thing that keeps the markets in balance, is that there's always another side to every trade. Why is cost running? Who fucking gives a shit? No options, garbage stock. Anyway, the insiders will just release shares when it peaks anyway. Is put OI still increasing? I'm sure it is, yeah. We haven't checked the OI for today yet. How does MM's price in IV for X divs? IV could go up. But I mean, IV is going to go up anyway, right? We just moved up $7 in after hours. When RC bought 100,000 more shares, the after hours jump was 14%. So this is less of a catalyst. Okay, RC's 100,000 share buy-in had very little to do with the after hours jump. That was like the day OPEX was starting, right? John Wilkes. Aftermarket cup and handle forming. Oh, Jesus Christ. Two DDs over the weekend, or do you think you're going to delay the other one? We'll see. Or maybe I'll just keep them all in one big fucking DD. It's almost like RC waited for me to sell my puts. Thanks, dude. And buy back my covered calls. Will you drop something on Wall Street bets? Ah, fuck them. You think the cycles will still continue after the split? Maybe. Only one way to find out. Missed my super chat. I'm sorry, Mickey. What's happening? Another NFT hype pump on after hours, then red end of day tomorrow. Silly retail all over again. Probably the market maker covering their gamma exposure going into Friday. Initially, this initial run was when the news dropped. This is probably retail buying. Maybe some small funds. The split could make the OPEX run more violent. I have 78160 CC. Do I need to buy back first thing in the morning to get immediate fill? Set the price to ask. I mean, you could probably wait a second and see if IV drops up. You know, if IV opens tomorrow up 20%, but, you know, the price doesn't move 20%, you're probably safer. I mean, you're super far out of the money. I don't think you need to be really concerned right now. This could change in pre-market, don't get me wrong, but it's almost like you knew it was coming. I don't know what you're talking about. You buy a new chair when MOASS happens? No. I'll just suffer in this one forever. Do you now expect call OI to get packed for OPEX? It's gonna get pretty crazy, yeah. What if when and if will we reach similar price levels post split? When and if will we reach similar price levels post split? Statistically, like within 5 to 10 years? In a bear market, hard to say. It's definitely better to buy before the split. King Ming. No way all these memberships just so happen to be given out today. It's like you forward split the announcement of members. Will Spy do more ouchie down? Maybe, yeah. The Spy doesn't look very good, right? Yeah. Hey, it held like the 183. We'll see what futures do tonight, but does this change how you plan to play OPEX? Probably, yeah. I'm probably gonna put a lot more money into it than I was. I was just gonna put like the same as before, the same as June, but I might double down a little bit, maybe, you know. Thanks, Christopher Burnett. People with shares in CS will have a hard time selling regardless. No worries. I mean, just slower to fill, right? I want you about these freaking secret brick chairs. I will buy you a nice one for your yacht, Post MOASS. Thanks, man. I don't think the good news will end here. We should expect more, I think. I think so too. When in Rome, stop. 950 is better or worse post-split announcement headed into alleged OPEX? I mean, still good, right? Maybe even more volatility heading into the split. Seems like the hedge funds have been holding the buy price up to keep retail buying pressure low, so the split will counter that a certain amount, but maybe it's to the short hedge funds' advantage to not short. I mean, they can't really short right now. They're not, they'll have to, I mean, if they short now, they'll have to turn to the lending pool, which will drive the borrow rate up, which will just generate more FOMO. Not really till Monday, honestly. How will we know if there is a share recall? You'll know. What would a good trader like yourself with a good call spread for OPEX be looking for returns? I mean, on the upside, an OPEX event can return like 10 to 20x depending on the contract you buy and when you buy it. But a conservative range is probably like 3 to 5x. I have 2024 covered call. I sold at 350. Should I buy it back prior to the split or let it ride and buy it back after? I would probably buy it back before because the spreads could get kind of crazy on those illiquid options after the split. You mentioned closer to the money and buying more. Does this change any of the timing of when you were anticipating likely entering for OPEX? Not really. The recall just happens. We won't see any announcements or forecasts, right? Nope. It happens, and it happens behind the scenes in a way that we would never know. Just imagine a DFV tweet right now. That'd be crazy. With the added capital, are you targeting more near the money options? Probably. We'll see. I'm going to DRS my shares. All right, good luck. Once the split happens, how long until we know if there'll be a share recall? Oh, the share recall would have to happen before the ex-dividend date. They will crush the stock until their dying breath. Expect downs. I kind of do. But they're in a bad position, man. Like a really bad one for this announcement. Still going to wait for a low price, low IV moment. I mean, the low IV moment might be gone, but I don't really care. BBY gonna VUP 2 now? It did a bit. Yeah, Bob. It already went up quite a bit tonight. How would you handle exercising contracts during OPEX given the split? Wait until the split affects the contracts and take 400 shares for each one? Yeah. What does this mean for Stefan's far out of the money calls? It's probably a good thing. What environment would make share recall more likely? Will FOMO help? Yeah. Increased price means increased risk, right? Jesus Christ. BBBY IV if RC doubles down. Fucking crazy. I looked at the calls to cover OPEX. Would normally want to buy a lot of theta, but with the split looming, how does it work with the options chain splitting and becoming liquid? I mean, you probably don't need them that far, right? If you intend to sell the calls during OPEX anyway, why do you care? And then if you intend to exercise them, it doesn't matter at all. It only matters if you intended to hold your options through all of OPEX and then sell on the way down. I'm assuming. Is no one even paying attention to AMC? Who gives a shit? Does increasing liquidity and reducing volatility boost the cycles and therefore their volatility hedge? It doesn't reduce volatility. It potentially increases liquidity. It can actually increase volatility post-split. Would it be bad to be in a less liquid options chain during OPEX, though, from a selling standpoint? Not really. I mean, you're going to lose some money on the bid-ask spread. Linux is not RC. I've seen his asshole. Why are you still here, dude? I don't know. Answering questions. Everyone's freaking out. I'm trying to calm people down, I guess. Christine Lagarde's Ascot. Get some rest, my man. I can't believe the stream is still live. I know. My name's still not blue. What gives? Not only did I Feliz Navidad make you stay past the bell, but the stocky goes rocky. Come on, bruh. Alright. Fuck it. Welcome to the moderator team, Visceral Records Live. I bought you a plant. Oh, god damn it. I don't want it. Keep it. There's also a filing from Furlong today. Yeah, I saw. It's nothing special. How's my name not still blue? Not only have I called you a shill 2 to 3 times today, but I also got Guybrush on the screen. That's all you're gonna get today, JC. Shill. It's about time. Roaring Kitty, you were right. I timed Moon went out for a week. And I made Visceral Mod. It's all coming together, just as prophesized. You're the shill. You've been calling me a shill since day one. You were right. Wait, is Visceral not Roaring Kitty? No, you're a shill. Win Lambo. Alright, that's enough. I didn't ban Darth Dan, though. Darth Dan is not safe. I wasted my free super chat today. I see that. After hours went kind of crazy. All right, that's enough. I'm done. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everybody.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.